Live streaming straight from the Matrix Pod, maxed out architects of humanity. Are we going back into the pod? Well, for many of us, we're already there. It's not a big thing. Most people would gladly accept that. I mean, Sweden leading the way on people who are chipped. I read something by Franz Kafka. He said, I am a bird looking for a cage. I was like, wow, man, this guy's deep, very deep. And is that what we're really looking for? We forgot how to embrace the world, the natural world, the Western cult of death disguised as civilization. Just, I can't really think of something more evil. What's happening to the skies? I think it was Thoreau that said, thank goodness man can't fly. Otherwise, he laid waste to the skies. And what do we see? You had people that saw it way back when. They definitely, they saw what was going to happen. There was a lady, a white lady, she said recently, she goes, there are some white men that would rather see white women ended than see them with a person of color. And we see that. I've seen it on this show. People thought I was, that I thought was cool. And when I look at that, I say, man, coming from her, anybody else could say that and it wouldn't hold as much weight. But when she said that, she's like, look, there's a serious problem in her community, meaning her community of the homogeneous people. And that goes for anybody with similar crowds where everybody's the same. Only they can tell us the true from what they would say the horse's mouth. When she said that, it's like, wow. So we look at reality and we say, yeah, that's what we see. People afraid, people that call their children biracial. I mean, that's like horrible. Your child's a person that comes from many, many genetics. Hopefully it's much more than just the mother and father. Thank goodness we take more from the grandparents. It gives them some sort of chance to look at their parents and say, man, there's got to be something more than that. But when people refer to their children in that way, biracial, it's like, wow. Most people they're not mentally equipped to even have a conversation, to raise children, actually. That's why most of us were really just finding our way. Like Franz Kafka said, a bird in search of a cage. Some people try to say they're a ship in search for a dock. No, you're not. You're not a ship. A ship, you can live on a ship. A bird has to look for shelter. It can be free. But when I read that, I said, man, Kafka is deep. He wrote Metamorphosis, and some of his ideas, when you look at it, he's like, man, he wants his illusions. He said sleep is the most gentle creature, the most caring, beautiful creature there is. Looking at sleep as something other than just a function. I mean, that is deep. That is really deep to look through it in that way. Brian, what's up, man? Happy Sunday, bro. Yeah, man. Sunday night. Here we are, right? Like Tom Likas would say. And not just the radio, on the internet. I mean, this is amazing. When I talked to Tom Likas it was about 8 years ago. I called up his show and I got on Talked to him for about 20 minutes. Uh, he went to Fordham University in the Bronx, and he understands some things, but then again, I mean, he's a businessman. I'll give him that. We had a decent conversation, and I think he puts everything for sale on his website. You have to. I tried to find the conversation, but you have to join it. Back then, it was like 11, $12 a month. I should have recorded it when I was on live, but I was just shocked that I got on. I was like, wow. I waited for a while in the queue, but then finally got on. But as we saw, that whole field went forward, and it just took off once it hit the internet. And now I'm happy doing human origins. I'm satisfied doing this. If anybody tries to pull me away from it, I'm not really. I mean, it's actually a lack of respect for my decision. And some people might feel disgruntled that I'd rather do the show myself or with a few people that I feel are respectful than have to put like reins on a horse or always, you would think people, and that's the mistake right there, thinking people think or have any type of self-restraint when I constantly run into just it's ridiculous stuff. And Bonhoeffer's right. Stupidity is more of a social thing than a psychological. Because when everybody gets around, you have to really hold your bearing. It's easy to jump into the crowd of ignorance. And there's no lack of crowds that are full of it. All we got to do is look at these political rallies, look at a sports stadium, look at the audience for a television show. I mean, you just see that stupidity is collective in many senses. Without a doubt, you can have it independently. We see that as well. But like it seeks out, it's something that seeks out others to join its ranks. But as far as the pod goes, going back into the pod, of course, that, I'm relating to the Matrix movie. It does go back before that. Brave New World talked about the birthing chambers that people will be produced in. And there was a scene, I think, from the version in the 90s where the child, well, it was an adolescent, told a teacher, so a long time ago, people had mothers and fathers. And she said, there's no need for dirty language, Johnny. There's no need for that. So in other words, mother and father had become profanity at that point. And again, like in the Logan's Run movie, it was free sex, free orientation, everything. And at 30 years old, you had to go for regeneration, which was ending you and recycling you and growing more people, basically. So movies tend to have led on to this, even as far back as silent movies. What was it? Was it Metamor? No, it wasn't Metropolis. That was the name of the movie. Yeah, with the robot woman they made to give birth to to workers. I mean, it's ridiculous, man. But in the Matrix, for people who don't know, the oval-shaped capsule, where humans are grown, the pod imprisoned to be a battery, basically, bioelectric power sources. Is that where we're heading? I mean, you just look at the way people are just subservient to the point of atrophy of the mind has become so commonplace. Critical thinking, like I said, it's the end of critical thinking. People can't even think their way out of evolution to look at it and say, wait, this is totally unscientific. Again, this collective stupidity institute. People get degrees. They get bachelor degree in stupidity, PhDs in ignorance, and act like they know where life comes from. that and they'll constantly lie. They'll constantly lie. I'll put up a community post maybe tomorrow or within a few days about that. Mr. X, good to see you say yes. Ready for the pod. Ready. Yeah, I mean, I wonder, man. I wonder. Is the pod, what is it? In Soylent Green, they would have the euthanization. His old friend, Charlton Heston's old friend, went to be euthanized. Canada, I think, has it. So, I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, you got people who are billionaires, multi-centi billionaires, $100 billion. And you look at that, and then you have people that are freezing to death. A few years ago, that guy froze to death on the sidewalk, covered in a blanket, froze to death outside. Nobody cares. Then you got people that just have an abundance to a point where it allows them to exploit. And you wonder, how does that stop? How do you change that? Well, one guy, I think recently, he burned down the warehouse that wasn't paying him a fair wage. He said the guy Luigi inspired him. And people, when they get pushed to that limit, the French, what they do? They had to break out the guillotine. People now are seeing that in my opinion, the assassination, that what I call a fake attempt. It's funny how somebody would get clipped in the air with no scar, with no hearing after that, no congressional hearing, nothing, just like a staged, like it was a staged event, and then puts his hand up, as if, oh yeah, and I'm like, this is, the people in the crowd seem to be in on it, behind them in the bleachers. This is on a level, it makes you wonder, why are we still here? Why would they, we already see how they can just subjugate people, but it makes you wonder, with all of this fear and control. I think Larkin Rose is right. You can't, and Jeremy Locke, who wrote The End of All Evil, Larkin Rose wrote The Most Dangerous Superstition about government, basically. And you can't control this many people. You have to use a form of mental control, and them thinking that this other person should make the decisions that I should be making. We wouldn't trust our neighbor to do that. We wouldn't trust people we know to be in those positions, but we trust strangers with known records of horrible acts. And it's coming out to be. So who do we want to be in the pod for? For somebody like that? That's where the thinking comes in to say, man, are we like birds seeking a cage? And again, the cage bird, why does the cage bird sing? When you look at things in nature, when you look at the freedom, you're never going to get security with freedom. Security, safety is an illusion. I think Hunter Thompson said it best. He said being paranoid is realistic. He goes, because your worst fears can happen. That it's just a reality of it. Now, hopefully they don't. Hopefully the best thing happens. So if the worst could, then that means the best could as well. But that doesn't say it couldn't happen. If we hope for the best, hope is like what they say, it's like wishing, right? You crap in one hand, you wish in the other. Which one are you going to get first? So maybe with some ambition, people might be able to accomplish part of what they want. Maybe, what do they say? You reach halfway, and then existence will reach the other half. Some people say the room is watching you, like the double slit experiment. When you look at it, it behaves differently. I mean, that's deep. That's deep. The mystery of consciousness. But then we have the religious there, including evolution, that will try to govern the way we think. And you wonder why? Why? It's like people, me doing this show and people trying to get me to do other shows. Oh, you should talk about politics. You should call. Why? If it comes up, great. But I'm not going to purposely do that. Or, if I made a politics show, I'd probably get a lot more views. But views ain't everything, man. Maybe I've matured out of that to an extent. Yeah, it's late. Eating a piece of chocolate. Yeah. Are we going back into the pod? I'm not sure, but I know a lot of people will. I'm just checking a few things. Yeah, man. Myself, Christopher, good to see you, brother. Yep, paranoia is a life under a microscope. Yeah, man. Hope springs eternal in the heart of man. Yeah, it really does, man. Mark, good to see you, man. Yeah. Hope. I wonder about that word. It really makes me wonder. I mean, what is hope? Faith. What is faith? Like letting go? Alan Watts said, if you're in water and you act like you're on dry land, you'll drown. But if you let go, you'll float. And that was his closest definition to faith, of letting go. And like when he talked about self-improvement being a sham, you can't do it. The person that needs to be improved is the one that's going to improve the person that needs to be improved. How can you do that? It's like pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. It's impossible. When the government told people that, until this day, people, they repeat that out of ignorance, not knowing that they've never done that. And these are the people that owned farms. They were given the 40 acres and a mule when other people were denied it. And then they say, well, we pulled ourselves up. Why don't you pull yourself up out of bootstraps? Really? You were given government subsidies and loans. But now those small farmers are feeling the bite. It's like if a criminal had you go and kill off people on a land and let you so-called settle it, why would you be surprised when they try to get other people to do the same thing to you? Just common sense. But you get these pieces of paper that they give you. Where was it? You get the scarecrow. The Wizard of Oz gives him spelled words on a page. Hey, that's the Constitution. It makes you free. Well, we know that the Constitution makes you free the way a get well card makes you better. Oh, you have feeling? You feel? No. Let me give you this fake heart. The Wizard of Oz is an excellent show if you watch it with a critical mind. The lion, a coward at heart, what does he get? A badge. What do we see hiding behind badges? Cowards. And the man-child. The man-child gets a gold star for lying to the children. Oh, you lied to enough children? Let's give you a star for the man-child. And we'll promise you a crime scene disguised as paradise. We'll call it heaven. we'll call it heaven, gated communities of the afterlife. Have that. And yeah, man, you're right, Christopher. Common sense is very common. No sense. I'm not sure if faith, hope, and charity is the heart of Christianity. I think hatred and butt pirates are the heart of Christianity and other religions. Because one thing I don't notice preachers talking about is the abuse in churches. No religious leaders. They don't talk about that. I mean, religion don't really have a great track record. But magically, people keep trying to push it as it does. But who am I? Right? I'm just a guy who thinks, right? Sometimes. Because we're all subject to stupidity. Yeah. Yeah, I had to chill on the pizza, man. The chocolate, I have to make sure it's 80% dark at least, because chocolate is healing. Once it doesn't have a lot of sugar and stuff, and everything in moderate. The pizza, man, I don't know. I was addicted to that for a while. Pizza is that's like breaded crack or something. And they get addicted to these things when we think about it, you never see somebody fiending for like an orange or an apple or celery or something natural. And you can't overeat something like that. Oh, Mr. X, what's up, man? Good to see you.
Good to see you, MD. Just thought I'd join in when I get the chance, as I love your podcast. Great introduction, though. Great introduction. Yeah, as far as this pod goes, I think it started with the cell phone, That was the beginning of the end. We're in stage one. That's how I see it.
Yeah. The cell
Have
phone.
you tried? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Have you tried that Apple headset yet? Have you ever tried that?
No. I have I've got a cheap $130 phone, and I've had it for at least 2 years, maybe 3.
Well, I'm talking about the Vision Pro, that thing you put on your face.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, I tried to try it at the Apple store. They just happened to have an available appointment, and yeah, I definitely think it would help to go. You can make an appointment in New York, I'm sure, the Apple store. Just make an appointment just to see what it's like, because I think that'll help out with where we're headed. Once you see, especially the stuff that I can't remember what they called it, but you're in it. You're kind of in it. Like one was a concert and one was going on the beach. Mm-hmm. Once you see that kind of technology, I think it gives you good perspective on where we're headed. You know what I'm saying? I didn't believe in driverless cars until my daughter's ex-boyfriend took me in his Tesla and did the self-driving, and then I was a believer. So it's like sometimes you have to go out and experience the technology to really get a good perspective on it. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. Is the thing like a visor or something? The Apple thing?
Yeah, it's the Apple Vision Pro. You put it on your face. These are huge goggles, like work goggles. They're like big goggles. Obviously, it's in the beginning stages, but it's just to experience the different environments. Like one was a concert, and then you're really up close and personal at the concert, mm-hmm. or the game. You're it's like you feel like you're on the court. You're right into the front stage. Yeah, and then they'll take you to a beach. One in the Fiji, one on the Northeast, or I think it was Portland or something like that. And you look around and you feel like you're really there. And it's not there to the point of you're totally reimbursed, but it's definitely, I think, to get a good perspective on where we're headed, and if we're headed into the pod, it's good to see some of you don't have to buy it, obviously, you know what I mean, but you can try it out for free, and it really is going to give you a good perspective on where we're headed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
for I'm kind of hesitant to even put it on, because what can it do? It's going to show you images, but could it be scanning retinas? Could it be you ever see that movie The Sixth Day?
Mm-hmm.
And when he did the eye exam, it scanned cloned his DNA through the scan.
That's going to be a done deal no matter what, though.
Yeah.
You can't avoid it. I know I sound like I give up, you know what I mean? But at the same time,
well, we might be like in the Brave New World, maybe the wild people. Uh,
Hmm.
that movie, The Imposter, with Gary Sinise, Lieutenant Dan.
Hmm.
That was a deep movie. The people that weren't in, I guess, the technological society were basically, they still had ghettos. The Matrix, the Zion is a ghetto,
Yeah.
and it's like, you look at that like, wow, if it comes to that, I mean, would I want to put that on, or would I just want to experience reality for the little bit of time I have left? Like,
Hollywood's Hollywood, but real life is real life. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I mean,
I think we'd rather be in the pod, personally.
I
I'll be
mean, yeah,
honest.
part of me, it makes me wonder about that saying from Kafka, I'm a bird seeking a cage.
Mhm.
But sometimes, what's the two biggest tragedies in life? Getting
Mhm.
what you want and not getting what you want. you know,
Yeah,
it makes you wonder. It's like, sometimes wanting might be better than having.
I think that's why spiritual belief is so important because you don't put all your eggs into this earth. You don't keep it here like this is it. You know what I mean? I
Hmm.
got to achieve the highest level here now on earth. When you have a spiritual outlook, this isn't it. There's another realm.
Hmm.
This
Hmm.
is a stopping point. That's all it is. So you don't think that, because a lot of these guys, I think the real zombies are the ones who go on Facebook or go on all these different platforms and then they talk trash about our politicians or make threats. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And guess what? They get arrested. That's what they're looking for. They set you
Oh,
up for that. Those are the real zombies. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Oh, yeah. There's definitely agents everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
And
And
guess what? They want you in jail working for the Fortune 500 companies for pennies for like 10 cents an hour. That's really
yeah,
what it comes down to. Yeah.
it's crazy, man. Brother Ali, good to see you, man. He says, I got a picture of an Assyrian girl for Brian Nichols, by the way, she posted on Reddit. So it's public. Brian Nichols, man. Pizza can be healthy. I don't know about maybe raw pizza. I've eaten raw pizza. There's these raw foodists in Manhattan, and it was pretty good. It has like a flaxseed crust and all of that. But yeah, the stuff that you got to bake, I don't think that's the best stuff. That
My daughter said in Italy it's very healthy. It's totally different pizza in Italy.
Oh yeah, Italy is like, yeah, different fresh stuff. Like you're getting fresh food. Over here, it's just pizza shops too. They sell you different slices. I noticed that they'll have one pie that's really good and another pie that's kind of not that great. I remember this girl. I got one slice and I said, "Wow, this slice was good. It was crispy." This was years ago, and I go, "Let me get another slice." And she tried to pull it off the other pie. And I said, "No, no, no, I want it from the other pie." And she looked at me and she gave it to me reluctantly.
Mm.
And I was like, "Yeah," I said, "this," because I remember I had a friend that worked at a pizzeria. And when he left, he had a falling out and he told me a lot of stuff that they do. He goes, "Yeah, man, certain people get different pies." And
Wow.
yeah, I started to add two and two together. I was like, wow. And again, you're dealing with people that, it's all crookery. It's like,
That's what I'm saying. That also answers the question: would you or would you not go in the pod? Look at the real world. It's not that pleasant. It's
well,
not that great. You know what I mean?
I wonder. I think I'd rather an unpleasant reality than a pleasant thing that isn't real. Because if you're getting in the pod and the people running those pods are Elon Musk and Trump, I'd rather stay in reality. I'd rather I'd rather die out here regardless. Just because, I mean, when you look at the level of monster that they are, I mean, this guy and everybody in the cabinet, and it's not to say that any other president was good. They just keep getting worse. I mean,
Yeah.
this is a monster. And the people that are supporting, the people, like, some of the Democrats are really waking people up, but then they're zombie themselves because they'll say, well, the Democrats, it's like, man, come on, bro. It's like it's just passing the baton. I mean, this right here is so insane what is going on
Hmm.
that it has us questioning the pod when I don't think we going in the cage is not really a question. I mean, the
I
only
mean, I
time,
have a choice anyway. I mean, we're not even know we're in the cage when we're in it. You know what I'm saying? That's how sophisticated we
yeah, it
get.
gets well. I could see going if a lion is coming at you and you got to go in the cage to save yourself. That makes sense.
I'm going
Or
in the cage. I'm going in. I'm
you know,
just
like
being honest. Well, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be
yeah,
honest. I
yeah.
don't believe in
Hey,
lying.
it's
You know?
better to be honest, man. I
Yeah.
totally Brother Ali says sign me up if it's an organic pod. Yeah, 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 it really, when I think about it, it just I wonder because I've lived in the field when I was in the military and it sucked. I didn't like it, but we used to go out there so much being in an infantry unit. I should have I look back at that and it's like, man, I should have just went to other units. There's ways to tanker units were a lot better when I worked with them. And infantry was it was torturous. It was definitely torturous. It's like it just the stuff that you see in there. But staying out there, I remember saying, man, they got me to where I'm happy to go back in garrison
Mm.
with the barracks because it's better than sleeping in the field, in a
Sure.
foxhole, in a truck, in a sleeping bag. I mean, in the summer, it's hot. The winter, it's freezing.
Mm.
Um, but it gets you accustomed to understanding how to endure hardship, how to say, you know what? Well, if this is it, because you're out there and it's not like you're camping, you can die out there easy. That's why when I look at people camping, I'm like, I ain't trying to go camping. It's like I
No,
was
you, if you're
forced.
camping. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand maybe in an RV, but even in an RV, it's like you look and you say, man, it brings you to reality because you're like, okay, we got to have enough water. It's kind of like if you have your own little town. It's like we need sewage filtration, we need water, uh, sewage treatment plants, water filtration, um, food. How are we going to get our food? That's where the growing food. I was speaking with a friend earlier today that I went to high school with, and yeah, and you know what? Your dad gave you the best advice. I tried to tell my nephew, and my nephew went in. He became an airborne ranger, three-time Iraq. I mean, that guy. I got to give my nephew a lot of credit. That kid, he's older now. I mean, he went into the Coast Guard after, but I see how and he's such a nice guy. So it's like when I look at that, I say, man, I see how it affected him, but thank goodness he did well, and he experienced, in there, you're dealing with psychopaths, so you got a lot of people in those units, in even the regular units, it's nutcase, and then in between that, you got some cool people because when you're saying, look, I'm in here. When people say they enter for college, I say that's like joining the mob. And when it's time to do a hit, you don't want to do the hit. You got to remember, we're in the mob in the military. That's the biggest gang on earth, basically.
It
And
is.
yeah, and they try to bring that up. That's why I think I got along at least well to that point because I didn't have a problem with that, you know. And thank goodness that when I look back at it, I'm glad I got out. They said guys like myself get out. It's more the guys that are afraid. I remember guys would say, "Well, what are you going to do?" And I was like, "I don't care." Sergeants would try to, try to coax you into re-enlisting, and that was something. I would see people getting short to their ended term of service, and they get quiet, and I would say, well, weren't you getting out in like 3 or 4 months? And then they're like, oh, they re-enlisted. I'm like, holy smokes, because you depended on that. The military is a pod. It's a former pod. You're taking care. I mean, thank goodness I'm glad I'm a veteran because I can at least get some type of help. I don't get money every month. I wish I could. That would be great. It's been a couple of decades. I should try, but when I got out, the only thing I had was like a little bit of problem with my right ear with the hearing from firing all the weapons. I think one or two times the the ear plugs weren't properly protecting me, and especially firing weapons like the 50 caliber and the grenade launchers. But I enjoyed that. Yeah, I enjoyed that. You know, but yeah, the pod, I can understand it. I mean, the only thing that prevents it is because when you look at these guys that are not even worthy of, I mean, they're, I mean, you look at the just the horror in them. I mean, when I look at this monster, and then he has sons that might actually, one might, who knows, they might, if he's president, and I said it before, Trump's father is associated with the Klan. So what do you think this guy is? The apple does not fall too far from the tree. And they're basically all related. I think somebody tried to say like one president wasn't. I mean, I think they're all related. It just, I
At
don't
the
know.
end of the day, your worst enemy is the zombies more than the leaders.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's the people that follow, do anything to follow the orders. Like you say, the mustache man in World War II, he wasn't out there in the camps. It was the zombies following him, obeying orders that
Yeah.
committed the atrocities. Same thing with what happened here in the United States.
Mhm.
The owners really didn't have to do the dirty work. It was other people.
Yeah. I mean, we have followers of the mustache over here.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's literally crazy. I really don't think they lost World War II. I think the more I look at it, I start to say, wow, that would be the smarter way. That's the art of war.
Hmm.
To say if we would have openly lost, they'd probably still be resisting in some way. But to make them think that they won, that's the ultimate victory. Like how Alexis was putting very good questions, saying why, how could we have ever won the Revolutionary War? You have the British Army rolling over native tribes that were versed in guerrilla warfare to the next level, but a group of farmers with rakes and pitchforks, and even if they have muskets and stuff, and they say, oh, the Minutemen, they fought like the natives did. It's like, well, the natives got defeated.
And there was no real patriot in real life like that Mel Gibson character. That's
Oh,
it's all
that's
science fiction.
yeah, Fantasy Island. They got to put that up there. They got to, oh yeah, this is what happened, and it's like the patriot. It's like that reminds me of that philosopher Diogenes, who said to be proud of the country that you are from is like a maggot being proud of the rotting flesh it was born out of.
Mhm.
And I said, man, that dude is deep. He was deep to the point, like kind of like Osho, where they asked him what did he want to do. He said he wants to be an educated bum. And next thing you know, he had super rich white people with jets and all of this stuff, like wanting to know his philosophy, pampering him. He had a following that was ridiculous. He would have like 10 Rolexes and say, and he had like 100 Rolls Royces. And he said, look, I have 100 Rolls Royces and no bank account. Man, that pissed the government off. And they bought a piece of land in Oregon. And they have a documentary about it, Wild Country. I mean, that dude was straight sorcerer. The level of just being like, look, man, just be. And a lot of the stuff is real. He's like, yeah, I never saw a serious tree or a cloud that was serious or a wave or, I don't think life wants me to be serious.
Right.
And I was like, man, you can't. I mean, this guy's on a level of philosophical understanding that goes way beyond even some of the most great thinkers, or what would be considered great thinkers. I've always wondered. It's like, where are the women in history? With the closet Western's death cult disguising as civilization. They just, they hide. It's just like that white lady said. She goes, a majority of white men would rather see them ended before seeing them with somebody who wasn't white. And I said, wow, that's a hatred of self and of any type of life-giving thing. And
Mm-hmm.
that's monsters we see today all around us. We saw it on the show. Oh, people are getting bred out and all of this stuff. And I was like, man, you need to take a mushroom or something, in my opinion. I'm not recommending anybody take that, but it's like you look at the fear. The mind had seen that right away. It's like, yeah, it sounds like fear. And it really is. I mean, for that lady to say, anybody else says that, it can be, well, that's just your opinion. You don't know. For her to say that, and there was another lady that said to her kid, she had a video. She goes, who do you go find if you get lost? And he goes, you go find a big black guy and you tell him that you're lost because, and nothing, I know you're a white man, not a white male. You're looking at 7 out of 10 is probably a pedo. And that's a problem that people don't want to talk about that. The president is freaking accused of pedo. The whole group. I mean, I can understand why some white females are so worried because most of the stuff comes from the biological father. And it's really messed up. Where do you think they get all these girls for porn? They're all abused when they're younger. Look at the John Benet Ramsey case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Years ago, I think there was a picture. There's like a few portraits of her from the files from the mansion. I mean, this is like creepy on another level, but hey, who cares, man? White is right, right? Is what they said, and it opens the door for black, like militia type, which is just as wrong. You see the hatred. It's like, okay, instead of acting like a human being, people act just like the people that oppress them. And it's like, no, that's not the answer. Hate is not the answer. You can't be in a dark room and open up the door to another dark room and expect it to get brighter. You got to have light. That's the only thing that's going to push that away. A candle, somebody would say, well, if you're helping so many people, like speaking with them, doesn't that like wear you out, or you can get dull? I said, well, a candle, you can light many candles. It doesn't take away from your light. When you hold a torch to brighten somebody else's way, you brighten your own way as well.
Sure. I think though the guys that worry about this crap is just they got other issues. There's a lot of insecurities going on. That they have other issues and something isn't right and they don't want to say what it is. Because like you say, a guy who's a Chad who gets plenty of women, he don't think that way. He doesn't even think
ever complain. He does never. You never hear those guys. They're too busy smashing.
Right.
They don't ever. That's one thing I noticed. I was like, man, all of these complaints. I was like, why would you complain? Like Socrates, there was a female, I forgot her name, in Greece that was like, he couldn't like deal with her philosophically. She would crush him with certain like rhetorical comments, but they don't like to talk about her. So a lot of his stuff, and his stuff comes from older philosophers too. Just like Plato was supposedly a student hundreds of years later of Socrates. And but there were other ones, like you just look at Osho. Osho said Native Americans, people who couldn't read and write, have said stuff deeper than any philosopher that could read and write.
Yes. But also, where did all this racism come from and all this hate? Guess where it came from? There's one commonality to the whole thing.
Evolution.
The dating sewer. I'm talking about the people that you've had to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
It's a dating sewer. This is what you're going to attract by going into the dating realm. Is the sewer.
Yeah, the dating sewer. It totally, absolutely. Like Brother Ali saying, the koala free. Yeah, we got to stay koala free, beak cell banned from hotels. It's a
sewer. It's filled with sewage. That's what it is. There's nothing good there. It had its time in the heyday when you had the big players like the Donovan Sharps and all those guys, but all those guys disappeared. Now it's just the only thing left is the shit. You know what I mean? Toilet
Yeah,
paper, who cares what he has to say? Nobody cares, you know?
nobody. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was surprised, La Closet, coming, I thought he was cool. And then it's like, yeah, it's kind of odd. A guy coming on trying to like, felt kind of vampiric,
Hmm.
telling another guy, he loves him and all. I'm like, listen, you know, yeah, just, and
I
then,
just laugh at him. I just, he's funny.
yeah.
I,
And then, person who's supposed to be my friend co-signing it basically. And I'm like, what the heck? It's like, this is creepy. I figured there would be some type of like, hey man, it's like, you're trying to bring this, this is a little further than just peace, love, and hair grease. I
but look
thought,
at it this way, MD. You made the right decision. It just confirms your decision. You
yeah,
had any doubts that should have eliminated all your doubts about leaving that sphere.
exactly. Yeah, it exactly, yeah. And
It's
it,
not
yeah,
like you're leaving millions of dollars. You did it for years. You know what you got paid on it. So it's not like millions of dollars are missing now because of it.
yeah,
You know?
yeah, exactly. And then to think that, it's like, wow, trying to lure me with the vice. I'm like, hey, if I make money and I have money and I don't have, if I'm free of worry of money, of financial, if I'm financially independent, then I can do anything I want. But do I really want to even do that? I saw Grandma Tomasi. He popped up in the feed streaming again. Hatred. Oh, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, why is it always the ugly guys that women abhor? Like it's just you look at someone, it's like, oh my goodness, this guy is like a grandmother. It's
Mhm.
like and he's sitting there with his little hat and stuff. And I'm saying, it's like,
Oh,
wow.
that do rag. It's like with that do rag, why anybody listens to him, I can't even blame Tomasi or hate him. I got to look at the audience. It's like, are you nuts listening to this guy? You got a problem, not Tomasi. You got the problem to listen to this guy for advice.
Oh, that is the grandmother with the do rag. That is hilarious.
No, I mean it's just ridiculous. It's like
Yes. He's
I
been wearing,
tried to listen to him to see what he was saying, but I got so bored I had to turn it off. It's like this is stupid. You know?
yeah, yeah, definitely. It's like you look at that. I tried to tell a friend the other day, and he kind of got a little offended because I said, "Look, man," I said, "Why is it always the ugly dudes that are always complaining about chicks, man?" And he kind of he's like, and it's messed up because he is straight out of Lord of the Rings. I mean, you're
Oh, wow.
looking at like, yeah, Hobbitville type of stuff, and and it's like I remember one of his friends. He's a little older, and his friend's girlfriend. She said, "I don't like him. She feels like he's graping her with his eyes."
Look at that. Look at that. That's a black pill truth right there. It's telling you what they really think if you're
Yeah,
unattractive. That's what we
exactly.
preach. It's not that we like it or dislike it. It's the truth for crying out loud.
Yeah,
That's all we were giving, and you were giving specifically in your books. But
yeah,
another thing too, if you want to, because I noticed this too, I just wanted to mention it. If you want true loyalty, make sure the people have purchased your books before you give
yeah,
them your
exactly.
loyalty.
Yeah,
That's the test. If they didn't if they didn't even buy your books, then they don't deserve your loyalty.
yeah, yeah. You're absolutely right about that. I remember Remy when he would be on the streams, and he wanted to go through the laws of dating, and I would go through one or two and then get distracted because it was like it was more like a hangout, and it was fun, but I should have organized it a little better. I went on a stream earlier today. I wrote the guy. He must have not gotten the email. I saw Gaia in the comments, objective ethics, and cool dude. The host is cool. Some of the people on the panel, goes a little back and forth, but he seems like a really cool guy. And I wrote. I said, look here, I'll send you another email so we can connect because he might do an interview with me on his channel, and maybe he'll do one here on this channel, with me about his outlook. I think there's still, I think he's leaning more toward the agnostic. He's starting to
Mhm.
see that because he seems to be very honest. And, there's other people on there that I've noticed there. I think one of the guys, he, just like that guy, Clint Reptile, claims to be a Christian, but also an evolutionist. And I'm like, so you're telling me that you believe in Christianity and all of that, but you think that your deity created life and it evolved. And I'm just like, that's kind of like an oxymoron, you know?
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. And they get very defensive. They get very
And it's interesting when we're talking about, what happens after death, because I was watching an episode of South White Underbelly, and it was about near-death experience.
defensive.
And this guy had said he had died and everything like that, and he had suffocated. But he
Hmm.
said when he went into that other realm, he met basically his guardian angel, who happened to be a relative of his great great grandfather, or something like that, but a long distance relative. And he talked to him about, what's Earth all about. And he basically said to him, Earth is it's not a test, but it's a learning experience. And he also says that when you leave there, you go into a higher dimension. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because that's exactly what we discussed about different dimensions.
Hmm.
And yeah, I can't validate if it's true or not. It seemed pretty
Hmm.
honest, through the soft white underbelly. I mean, I'm sure he does his research before he brings in a guest to
Hmm.
testify.
Hmm.
But the other dimensions seem to be very relevant to what happens next after we die.
Yeah.
That we are in the third here, and we'll be going on to the next. And that there's some. I mean, it adds to the evidence to it, because I know there's a ton of them, of near-death experiences and so forth. But
And
yeah,
also the casting of a shadow seems to be like a two-dimensional,
hmm,
um, the thing that's closest to it, I would think.
well, it
And
gives us an explanation in
yeah,
a way.
yeah,
Yeah,
like a reference point to say, are we the shadow of the fourth dimension?
which
Just
I
the
think
way,
we are. I think we
yeah.
are.
And then it can, possibly go into other ones. And that's just one aspect. It could be much more. Like when we look at it, the double slit experiment, people don't take it as serious as it is. It's like it goes into saying the room that we're in is conscious. It's watching us, not like in a surveillance sense of a camera, but existence itself, the air, the intelligence in what some might call the ether or something. Or I think it's the intelligent force. I think that's a better word, because when you get into the ether and stuff, then you get into the earthers, and it's like, it gets back to religion. And not saying that it couldn't be like that, but the fact that they're always trying to convince me, and it's like, wow. So if I agree with you, everything's cool, right? So it's zombification again. And
Yeah, no, but if they force you to agree with them, then there's an issue there. I'm not trying to get anybody to force to agree with me. I'm just pointing something out, and I respect your intellect, so that's why I like your feedback when I point something out like that, so I can get
thanks. Thanks.
that'll help me out. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
can get a better
yeah,
perspective on my beliefs or what I think is going
yeah.
on.
It lets us, build together, grow. I mean,
Yeah,
I see people, they are defending videos. They're defending the Artemis like hard. Like, I mean, it's like just another political thing. Like people defending the people in politics. This whole group defending, and I think they're the ones having battles with the Earthers, and they're saying, "You see, it's round," and I'm just like, "Holy smokes! I can't even believe it." I mean, $90 billion. That's all I'm thinking. $90 billion in tax, and these people are literally saying, "Well, you see, they made a revolution around the moon," and I'm like, "Yeah," and the Earth's ocean is not mapped, right?
yeah,
It's like they mapped the dark side. They got every crater mapped, but 5% of the Earth's ocean. It's like,
yeah,
does that really, And then when evolutionists, one thing that cracks the evolutionists' lie in half is that the sites in Brazil, Gobekli Tepe, there's sites in France, caves with art, they're all off limits. Places in Guatemala, and these are under surveillance now by satellite. And like the evolutionist rats that want to keep things the way they are. It's because if you find anything, it destroys evolution. Like if you find anything that shows older people or any type of technology or even a fossil in the wrong place, oh, it just, they don't want that. So
No.
they're not looking to really find human origins. They're maintaining the lie. And anytime somebody finds something, the site is militarized. And I learned this like decades ago. Egypt, clearly, it's militarized. You can't do any digging there. There are artifacts off the coast of Egypt that people have taken film of underwater.
Yeah, they're lifting statues off the coast, right?
Yeah, exactly. Staten, they don't allow, and they banned diving off the coast of Greece, and where they found the Antikythera device. So it's like, wait a minute, you found something that's basically the equivalent of a computer with gears and tracking things that that track the movement of stars, but there's no investigation into this. I mean, there's probably many more things like that. Dwarka off the coast of Mohenjo-daro, India, which is I think near Pakistan, it's totally closed down. And
And we
now,
know with the Baghdad battery, they had electricity. They had
yeah,
batteries.
the bag. I even found, I took pictures of something that was like the Baghdad battery, but it was from another Middle Eastern country. I don't know if it was from Iran or it could have been like more toward the Middle East. And it was basically just like the Baghdad battery, and also stuff that was supposedly like 7,000 years old, and it looked like metal shafts and gears. And then I also found those same things in Central American artifacts in the Museum of Natural History. And they would say, oh, this is a mace. And it was like a shaft with what appeared to be some type of rotary device on the end, and saying, no, this is like a part to a machine. This is not just a club. This is like well precisioned. And then you would have, the evolutionists come, oh no, this is, these people. One guy left a comment. I forgot what video it was on. I left a comment. I think it was that Clint reptile guy. Because he's, they have to be watching my show, because when I mentioned the spoon thing, like saying, much less a bicycle, or like how we said, of course, the pieces, would never form by chance, not even a skateboard. And then we say, okay, let's make it easy, a spoon. So, a printed spoon, not a crude spoon, made out of, say, silver or stainless steel. Could that form? We know it couldn't. This guy, and that's what, when his video popped up, it showed the evolution chart, but on the head, instead of the head, he had a spoon, and then the spork, the spoon fork, and fork for the third guy, trying to show like, oh, it, this is not the way it would evolve. Like a spoon would not, evolve into that. And he took it from one of these Christian apologetic guys that made a video. And I said, how are they using, they didn't use the spoon analogy in the way I used it, but just the fact that they were bringing that up. And I said, that's kind of odd. That's kind of odd. So I was like, I left a comment like, look, you don't even see a spoon develop or form over whatever amount of years, millions or billions. You would never see that. But you're telling me a cell?
Yes.
And they tried to, literally, one guy gave me a paragraph in response. So the paragraph response.
I know that it's textbook. They go by the textbook. I know that. That's what I got when I asked, how does a mindless process create beings with minds? He starts giving me the textbook definition of evolution. I didn't ask you that. You know what I mean? But it's the same shit. But, also with going back to the spoon, take that spoon and break it apart into 3 pieces, just 3. Leave it in the dirt and see what happens in a year. Then tell me, can that spoon still get together? Most likely, some of those pieces are going to be buried deep in the dirt, rain, mud.
Hmm.
whatever, and sometimes snow. You know what I'm saying? So they're not even taking that into account. The elements. I mean, it's like these pieces have to sit there doing absolutely nothing, serving no purpose, and deal with the elements until the other pieces somehow evolve and come together. They're missing that part too.
Hmm. But a cell can form.
Yeah,
It's like
by magic, by magic.
it just.
Rocks raining on the rain on the rocks, creating a primordial slope. Bullshit, BS, BS. I won't say that, but BS. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
And what the real crime is? The real crime. The real crime is teaching this crap to kids, to young children. That's the crime. With impressionable minds, hearing that, oh, I came from an ape. Oh, and the white guy is the highest evolved form of human species I see here. We came from the ape. That already sets a bad precedent right there.
Yeah.
Don't teach it to the kids. Don't teach it to the kids. That's what we got to be against. Nor
Exactly.
taxpayer funds. You know what I mean? Start your own school of evolution if you want to do that. Private
Yeah.
school, but not
And
taxpayer funded.
exactly. And they don't see how detrimental it is for everybody. For the white guy that's at the front of the chart, it's detrimental for that belief for him as well, because when he sees other people advance, it kind of he buys into the fairy tale,
Right.
and it could create a complex,
It does.
towards, yeah, and so it's non-beneficial to everybody. The other
It's a
guys
sense of
think that,
entitlement. It's a sense of entitlement.
yeah,
That's where the hatred comes from. Like, wait a
yeah,
minute, I was supposed to be this and this, and that this isn't
yes,
happening in real life.
yeah, yeah. So
You
they really they put it in a way that it affects everybody. And it's hard to see sometimes. Buddy Lee, good to see you. He says, did you guys see the latest picture of Trump uploaded on Truth Social, straight Luciferian? No, I didn't. I didn't even know about that site.
I like
Um,
to see it, see if any hand signals are going on.
yeah, he probably, if you want to explain it to us, just write it in the chat, or
Love to
let
see
us
it.
know. Yeah,
Yeah.
like, if you want to give us like an explanation of what it looks like. Um, that's crazy, man. That's like, yeah, like when I made the picture for the stream, like are we going back to the pod? AI, I mean, you can't beat it at this point, like especially if I'm hurrying to make a stream. I just modify it a little bit, because it never makes it the way you want to make it. Like I'll put in the other letters, like an asylum called Planet Earth. I'll redo that stream.
Hmm.
Um, and the Thought Police, of course, are here. But when I look at the Indian moon mission, and you see this guy here, and he's just like, everybody's clapping, and he's sitting there like, man, and I enhanced the space, and I said, this dude is like, what? He's like, I can't even believe I'm sitting here. And then he realizes it's a clown show. The moon mission is a clown show. And there are some guys that are extremely, I mean, there's like a social media war going on with the guys that are supporting the Artemis against, a lot of the earther, the shape of the earth guys. And it's hilarious because I'm sitting here saying, wow, this guy is just losing his mind trying to say, well, you can't fake the green screen and all. I mean, NASA is just like a clown show. And, I'm not saying that space and all of that doesn't exist. Of course, space exists. I would have conversations with Scribe about that. And I would say, look, man, outside of, okay, let's say it's a dome or whatever, outside of that is space. And then as you go, and hopefully it kind of breaks down any type of evidence that they might present, because then they'll bring in the religion, oh, well, after that it's just God or something. And I'm like, well, that's what space. I said, look through a telescope. If you look, I had it's like the Galileo. They wouldn't even look through the telescope, and they convicted him. And he's like, okay, I'll say what you want me to say. And then he died like that in obscurity.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Because I know it was one of your hobbies with the telescope and so forth like that. Doesn't the telescope have to be aligned with the North Star? Is that what happens?
That's if the one I bought, if you align it with Polaris, and I think there's another star. And now once it's once it's hooked into that, you can dial in numbers, and it had like this little mechanical rotary device that would shift. Like, say if it says, okay, that those two are lined in, it's set in. Now I want you to find Jupiter. I want you to find this, and it would automatically go there. And I
Mm,
could never like really figure that out. I wasn't good with the computer and the mathematical thing, so I used it by manual. And I would it had the little buttons where you could press it and it would bzz, bzz, it would move like that. And then sometimes doing it manually, any little jolt, because you're looking at stuff that's so far away, you're totally out of range. So that made me learn the sky like manually. So I would look up and I can immediately see Orion's belt, which is much more prominent in the winter months. Um, and I'd say, okay, those are the belt stars. That's the sword, two shoulder stars. Betelgeuse is, I think, on the right. I forgot the one on the left, and then the head star. And Betelgeuse, if you look up in that angle, that's where you'll see a little group of stars, and that's the Pleiades. So now, and this is just basic. The three belts, if you follow the belt going left, you'll see a bright star, which I think is possibly the brightest star in the sky. That's Sirius. So you
mm,
start to say, oh, I can easily tell this. In certain seasons, you'll see like a rectangular box. That's Gemini. And then on different parts of the sky, if I look up more to the north, you'll see like what appears to be a W. That's Cassiopeia. That's, I think, was something to do with Perseus, Clash of the Titans type of stuff. And in
right.
that area, that's where you'll see the Big Dipper. And I think I forgot which star. I think it's the two front parts of the Big Dipper. It points to Polaris, and that's the North Star, the pole star, which if you look, everything revolves around that throughout the
Oh,
night.
because in Coral Castle in Florida here, he
Mhm.
built that stone telescope facing Polaris, facing the North Star, and then he broke it up into four different quadrants that could tell the time of the year, the time of the season.
Wow. See,
Spring, summer,
yeah,
fall.
there's a way to do, like, I couldn't figure it out with and I had a pretty good telescope. It was $1,000 back in '99. It
Hmm.
was it was a reflector. Uh, yeah, the reflector telescopes allow you to see deeper, and the refractors, you get a clearer picture for planets. Even though I could still see Saturn, but even
Hmm.
with 111 times, it looked like a little hump. I did see the lines on Jupiter with the spot and the four moons that looked like four little pin dots, and I would see them change position overnights. So sometimes they would be straight across, two on one side, two on the other side. Then other times they would be in different positions. And I would say, wow. And then when I looked at Saturn, I would see the tiny little dot, which I guess is supposed to be Triton or Titan, which is the moon. And then you can't really see anything past that, like Neptune and stuff. That you'd have to have a much more powerful telescope. Mars, easily discernible from a star because you could see it doesn't have the brightness. Venus, extremely bright, probably the brightest object in the night sky. And Jupiter, second to Venus. So you look at them and you say, whoa, those are brighter than all the other stars. But then when you look at the telescope, they look like more of a flat light because it's not the star. And then when you look at the star, you see that, oh, this thing still looks like, when I look at it with my eye, it looks almost the same through the telescope. So you start to see the differences of, okay, now I can tell what's closer. The moon literally looks like, it looks like I don't want to say fake, but it looks like a powdery, it's amazing. It looks miniature, and it
Well,
does look real. Yeah, like you can step on. It's like, oh my, it looks so delicate when I look through it. It was amazing. It was
well,
really, yeah.
in Coral Castle, because Pre Van Mohan, he's got a great book about Coral Castle. He says because at the they have a moon fountain at Coral Castle, and what
Mhm.
he's claiming is that there's water underneath the moon's surface. That's what Ed Leeds Scallion said. There's actually
It
water
could.
underneath it.
It's possible. It's possible. I know Praveen. He he might be semi-evolution zombie, but I think he's doing it to kind of like Eric Von Daniken did to
To not get banned,
yeah,
probably.
yeah, exactly, and to keep the audience broad, like to say okay, because he had found some stuff in India where it was a stretch, and he goes, oh, these Hindu gods, you see one with like the fish body, one with a different body, and he goes, this could be like the evolution process, and this was many years ago. I had seen that when he still was, I think, at like a couple of 100,000 subscribers. I think he might be at 2 million now, because I remember when
Yeah,
he.
when you have a big audience like that, you don't want to lose it. You can't go
But yeah,
against
yeah, he has
television, you know.
yeah, yeah. He kind of like I had left a comment back in 2016 when I did Descendants of Atlantis, and I talked about Ganesh being possibly a prehistoric pilot, and he was totally not didn't want to even entertain that in any way. I guess because his religion is Hinduism, and
Right.
there were other people that were like, "Oh no," and I said, "Look, it kind of looks like a breathing apparatus with the hose going to a canister." And then when you look at the other things, and they just didn't want to like entertain that. So I said, okay, they're not really. He tried to also say that some of the rooftops in the temples look like jet engines, the inner part of a jet engine. And well, I did some research and I said, holy smokes, it really does. And he tries to say, no, it's not that, it's this. And I'm saying he's good to an extent, because I give him credit. He's
Oh yeah.
pointing stuff that is amazing. I give him a lot of credit. But Lee says Trump pic is of him dressed as Jesus, but really the light bearer in disguise holding light in his hand. There is also a horned demon in the clouds above him, which looks like Apollo. Wow.
Look at that.
Oh, that's, and a lot of people I've seen people with pictures of him, like if he's a king, and he's talking about that too. Like people call Jesus a king, but they're also calling him a king. I mean, the ego is so overgrown, it's so out of control. It really makes me wonder, man. I mean, I can't believe people are not seeing through this. People that I've known with philosophy. I was going to go to a thing today. They had like this open mic thing at this cafe, and one of the guys that I knew, him and his girlfriend, they would have like the open mic. Some people would play like guitar, some people would talk, and I've spoken on it before when they had a different place, but it's a new place. And just he was putting so much stuff online about him just trying to make excuses for Trump, and saying, oh well, Epstein Island might not have been, they were supposed to be 18 and over, but and I'm like, what the heck I'm like, what changed this guy into this hateful type of philosophy? And I noticed that with Drew Ma, because he got into, oh, you're talking about conspiracy, and so where do humans come from? Some type of lab in the earth and all of that, and he's like, I just paid $70,000, half of my paycheck for to fund these wars, like I should be talking about that. And I was basically like, bro, I'm not gonna spread your hate, for a country in the Middle East. And that's when he got angry, when I was like, look, that you're probably related to those people, And he's like, oh, he's Irish. I said, hey, man, I said, you don't know who was with who 2,000 years ago. Because he tried to bring up, first he tried to say a couple of 100 years, then he said 1039. I said, listen, women cheat. I said, the Roman senator said it best. Who of us really know who our fathers are? Now, I'm not saying that everybody's mother would do that, but we're going back to grandmothers. Just going back to grandmothers, you got two women, that needed to have children to make our mother and father. Then if you go to great grandparents, you got four women and four men. And then you go back further, you got 8, you got 16, you got 32. When I track that back just to going back to like Columbus, it gets into the hundreds of people that it takes to make, 120 make 60 to make 30 to make 15 to, you just say, wait a minute, how the heck is this possible? We if you go back up the line, you start to say, well, we have to be related to almost everybody we see on Earth.
Yeah.
Because other than that, that means in prehistory, there were billions of more people than there are now. Because if it takes basically my grandparents, my great grandparents, so you're looking at 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. And that's just going to my great grandparents. And now we say, okay, somebody else doing that. So that's 128 people. So somebody else needs 128 unless they're inbred. So it's like,
Right.
okay, if they're inbred, then it'll be less, but not everybody's inbred. And even if they were, you would still have 60 something people. And then as you go further back, it's okay, now you got 128. And now you got, 256. And then you're going back and you're saying, holy smokes, if I just go back like a couple of hundred years, I'm going into a couple of thousand people to make, like say it's 2,000 to make 1,000 to make 500 to make 250 to make 125 to make, it's like, whoa. So and that's just to make me and my siblings. So other people, it's to say, well, wait a minute, if you go back, then say when we get to like 500 or 1,000 people it took to make the 500, there's some of mine that might be related to some of yours.
Right.
Have to be, and although if it's not that, then that means there had to have been much more people in the past. And they try to tell us that, no, it was less in the past.
Then how do you avoid inbreeding? Like evolution, there should be no problem with inbreeding as far as what is bred. You know what I mean? The offspring. They should not have any problems. What we see, obviously, you can see soft underbelly, the Whitakers. Inbreeding is a very big problem.
Oh yeah,
that screams of creation, not of evolution. Evolution should be no problem whatsoever with that.
Yeah, I saw a clip with Dawkins backpedaling on a unicycle, trying to say, and I left a comment. I know people probably responded to it, but I was like, he goes, oh well, Australopithecus. There was no first human and this and that. And he said, it's like he used likely, possibly, could have. And I said, look at the words he's using.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is doing the same thing. He's juggling excuses. What do you mean? Science doesn't work on likely and possibly, especially, technical science. It's like saying, no, you got to put feathers on the airplane wing. Say, no, you don't need feathers on the airplane wing. You could fly that airplane. Look, I'll prove it to you. The airplane flies. The feathers would inhibit it. So just because you see feathers on a bird or something doesn't mean, okay, when we build this flying machine that we need to put feathers on it. I mean, evolution is like.
But that tells you something right there, that they're con men, that they don't even believe their own shit, because a con man knows what he's telling is bullshit.
Exactly.
So that just tells you evolutionists aren't people. There might be the zombies out there who actually believe this crap, but the big guys, they don't believe in this stuff.
Oh yeah,
They're there to sell books and make money. That's all they are.
Yeah. Buddy Lee says, and mind you, we're also told that going back in time, people didn't live nearly as long, which only adds up to the population needed for this to be true. Absolutely, man. I think people live to be older. It makes sense. I mean, of course,
what the Bible says, 800 years.
People will bring in the religious stuff, but not just
but historically, it aligns, because it didn't say people lived a very long time.
Well, if somebody tries to say, say they try to say, well, the Bible has inaccuracies, and it does have inaccuracies. Somebody could also bring in the Sumerian king block. The Sumerian king block has a list of kings that go back to where some of them rule. I think the oldest one ruled for 12,000 years.
Hmm.
So saying, wait a second, either this is interpreted incorrectly, or you had somebody that lived that was older than 12,000 years. And that goes way beyond anything that is biblical, but also biblical could be misinterpreted.
Well, we can just take extracts from every source. I'm not saying
Yeah,
become a Christian.
exactly.
That's not what I'm
What we're
saying. It's
seeing,
just take
yeah.
pieces. You know what I mean?
Well, and the commonality, what we're seeing is they're saying humans, even if we don't know the exact amount of years, are living much longer than
Yeah.
the humans now. And one, I forgot who the researcher was, that had a very good point that the what they called Neanderthal skeletons, which have been debunked, but the lie was in there for I think over a decade. So people took it and started writing stuff about it. So the Pandora's box is open, even though Neanderthals are a fraud. And people will look at that and say, well, what are you talking about? They really, you lose them on that because they're like, no, 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 no. There's skeletons and this and that. And it's like, well, the brow ridges, that keeps growing with age. And for something with that much of a brow ridge, it could say that that skeleton is 300 to 400 years old. So that person, that skeleton, if the bridge of the eye, the
Hmm.
eyeball grows at say zero point 0.2 millimeters, like 200, or what is it? Yeah, 200 microns, which is a millionth of a meter, which would be a millimeter's a thousandth of a meter. So if you're having, 10 increments, so 1/10 of a millimeter, each of those would be 100, because uh, a thousand of them would be the micrometer, and then the nanometer is a billionth of the meter. So it's like if it's growing in very small increments, and you see like, okay, it grows at a rate of this much, and the eyebrow ridge is this prominent from normal, then by that dating, the human might be 500 years old. The thickness of the skeleton, some people say it could be rickets, and others say that it could possibly be old bones of a person that's over a couple of 100 years old, and that could account for the bones being so thick. And so this is science. This is the speculation it needs to be. But they're like, no, 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 this is just a different type. And it's always trying to separate them, saying, well, Africans don't have Neanderthal DNA. It's like, what is Neanderthal DNA? It's a made
Exactly.
up. Exactly. And it's so hard to even get into the conversation because they're so indoctrinated into thinking they are following science.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
And science is being suppressed because I know there's giant skeletons out there that they've
yeah.
hidden. They
So,
will let. But
yeah,
what's your opinion on elongated skulls? Because you've seen those too, right?
yeah, yeah. Actually, I spoke with Brian Forrester.
Hmm.
Uh, Man, it was like about 10 years ago, maybe longer, maybe 12. A lady, she had a show called Truth Connections. Kathy Buckaloo. I still speak with her. I told her, I said she needs to start her show back up, and she knows like mega people in that field. Actually, Scribe, I had told him, and he looked at her page, and she hasn't been active for many years, but I think she still has about 7 or 8 thousand subs. And he goes, man, she had, I think it was Santos Bonacci, a few other people, even though I don't agree with their stuff. Um, and she is connected. So she was like, hey, I'll connect you with Brian Forrester, who is the specialist in the elongated skulls in Peru. And
Hmm.
he also does tours to Egypt, to Mexico, and stuff like that. Really cool guy. I mean, spoke with him very briefly on a Skype chat message. And then, Skype doesn't exist anymore. So I lost all the contacts and stuff. But I still keep in contact with her every now and then. She's been very busy. And I don't think it's kind of like a push to try to get her to start it back. I hope she does. I really hope she does. She's such a nice person. And but yeah, Forrester, he's like definitely saying like, look, this is not a normal human skull. You can compare it to human skulls. Now it could be, some are saying that the DNA is a little different. Now, that could also be due to like how the so-called Neanderthal skeletons give a different signature, but that signature could be over, a person that's 400 years old or 500 years old. They could be giving, who knows? The signature could be different, and it could still just be a human that's extremely older. Or maybe they do have something else, which, like how many of the myths would say, some human beings had more. They
Right.
were mixed with something more, and that is a very it's a possibility. I mean, the alien, the elongated skulls, man, those are and Forrest is a blonde haired, blue eyed guy born in Peru, speaks like us, but I think he also speaks fluent Spanish, and he's very much against racism. I mean, he was on Ancient Aliens, and I think he left it. He had did a video once, and he was saying, yeah, they said some stuff where he was like, he wanted to break out his rifle and pop somebody. I was like, wow, this guy ain't playing around, because he was just fed up with the way that they try to bring in the whole evolution thing. I don't know if he believes in evolution, but I know just the fact that the skulls, so many people have not taken the time to look at these these make believe human hominoids. When they're like, oh, Heidelberg man, or
Yeah.
just like, what the heck? It's like it's either an ape or a man. There ain't no ape man. It's like
Unless you glue it together, unless you glue the jaw together with the human skull, like Piltdown
exactly,
man. That's all.
exactly. Yeah, or have three bones and you make a picture of it. You got three leg bone. Now they got a picture of the whole thing. It's modern day blackface, basically,
Yeah, pretty
where they
much.
start making these things, and then it's got the wide nostrils, and it's like one of the worst perpetrators I've seen is this guy Flint Dibble. He supposedly is an Orthodox archaeologist employed by the state, by a university, and
Well, there
he's
you go.
yeah, extremely angry at Graham Hancock and uh, who was it, Jimmy Corsetti, who runs Bright Insight, and
Hmm.
a few others. And
But he's
Flint,
not angry. I'll guarantee you, he's not angry that they're disagreeing with that. That it's because he believes so hardly in evolution. He's angry because they're messing with his money. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah, and
That's what it all comes down to.
he's run over to fake Professor Dave.
Hmm.
I don't know if he's teamed up with Aaron Ra. I still haven't heard back from him. I think he had a debate the other day with somebody.
Hmm.
They can't deal with some of the stuff that I brought out, especially with the melanin. They don't even want it. When I was on Objective Stream earlier today, there was a guy on there claiming to be religious. He had the, Jesus is Lord avatar, and he was really full of crap, because I was like, wait a minute, why would God want me, or the God he believes in, why
Hmm.
would that person want me to hurt somebody else? Well, why is God telling people to kill other people? Like Eric Von Daniken put it best. He said there's a part, because he's a biblical scholar to an extent. He goes, there's a part where God commanded Moses, or the people of Moses, to construct like a barrier around the mountain, like a fence. And so he could land on the mountain or come down on the mountain. And he goes, that's when he's like, wait a second, my God doesn't need people to make a fence. He doesn't need a vehicle to travel through the air. And he had an excellent response when they said, because with the chariots of the gods, they're like, oh, so you don't believe in God? He goes, no. He goes, I never lost my faith in God. He goes, my God just doesn't need a chariot to fly around in the sky in. Because when you look at the spiritual aspect, you say, yeah, why one, because he started getting into the Ten Commandments and he talked about the Code of Hammurabi. I tried to ask him to explain it. Again, immediate clown show. 10 minutes later, after he looked it up, then he tries to act like, oh, if you want to go through. I said, no, I don't want you to answer the question. I said, you had enough time. You didn't know it. And he goes, oh, well, I studied it way back. I said, and you can't remember it? I said, what's the difference between you're saying the 10 Commandments from the Code of Hammurabi to the 10 Commandments in the Bible or whatever version of the Bible? I go, which version? I said, is it the NIV? Is it the Good News? Is it the King James, the Gideons, the Book of Mormon? Which one? And he's like, oh, well, I jump around from, and I was like, okay, so you're full of shit, basically. This is what I encounter with a lot of religious people. And it's just, it's like, Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says, did you see Dan Blazarian is running for Congress? Yes. Jamal Green sent me an email about that. It is
a dating coach.
Blazarian was the so-called billionaire. Remember, he'd always be standing with like 8 busted women. They all look like single moms or something, like in their 30s or 40s, acting like, in bikinis on a boat and just definitely giving off closet vibes. Hard. Blazarian, yeah. And he's
Tom Vu. That's what it sounds like. Remember Tom Vu with the girls in the bikinis and the boats?
Oh yeah. He definitely. Alexis says, why are these red pill guys suddenly switching over to politics? That's their new grift, bro. That's the race grift and the politics. And we see with the Beak. The Beak is just full-blown hatred, and Blazarian too. It's like, okay, you want to criticize, and I had brought this up when people are like, 3.8 billion going to Israel. I said, but nothing about 40 billion going to Argentina in 1 year. That's over 10 years of funding to what they're complaining about with Israel. Now, of course, I've said it many times. I don't agree with any type of foreign aid. You have to fix, it's like, wait, so that just shows me I live in a dictatorship, very well disguised as a democracy or even capitalism, when we know it's not capitalism. It's capitalism. If we start
corporate welfare on steroids, that's what it is.
That's a really good way to put it. And people will, Drew Maga, man, he's like, oh, this capital. I said, it's not capitalism, bro. I said, you're paying. And he was pissed because, okay, fine, you're working overtime, you make 150 grand, you're paid 70 something grand. What are you mad at me because I'm not hating and doing shows on the Middle East? It's like, it's like, well, it's like, come on, bro.
I was about to mention that. I've noticed this as a trend ever since way back to Koala. It's like everybody wants you to speak for them because they know you got the voice, you got the background, you got the way to do it. It's like they want you to fight your battles, whether it be politics or dating. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I've noticed this because they can't articulate it as well as you do. So it's like they always try to get you got to do what we want you to do. Otherwise, screw you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I felt it, and I kind of feel, it's like I do feel like a open wound because I don't know if Scribe and I will talk again over that. I mean, it's like I haven't heard from him. We used to speak almost every day, and he has access. He can jump on the panel anytime. He can start shows because StreamYard lets you have like 2 seats for the basic plan, and then if you pay, I think it's the $90 a month, you can have 4. So like, we could say, okay, put you as a seat. That means you can schedule shows and start. You can mute people. You can hop on. You don't need to be pulled on and all of that. So being that we got 2, he's the other one. And like how Jake was saying, I'm probably sitting back here with Scribe. And it's like, no, Scribe can come on the show by himself. He can pull you on. He can mute you. He can do all of that. He can do everything I can do on the show. And so when they were like, seemingly triangulating on me, especially with Le Closet coming on saying, he loves it. I'm like, what the heck is it? I'm like, why would you say that? It's like, it just was so vampiric.
It
And
was. But you started the whole dating thing to begin with, the whole BP concepts. That was you who started it to begin with. So, future going forward, go with your instincts, go with what you want to do.
yeah,
That's
I
my
mean, if I'm
advice.
rich, and I give credit to Face and LMS. He is definitely the one that coined it. Like when they were red pill, then he goes, "Look, we're black pill now because uh, of Rolo, of Grandma Tomasi and them, because they were claiming to be red." And he goes, "Look, we got to separate ourselves from that." And there was another guy, I think his channel's Top Dollar Gangster, and he's a different type of black pill that is more. I don't want to say totally political, but in a way it has that vibe. But there's also a black pill that predates even, I think, the red pill, and that's it's more of a nihilistic political type of thing. There was a guy, I don't know if his channel's still up. He's got like over 100,000 subscribers, but he's very, I think it's like a right wing type of thing. So
Oh,
it's more of a political thing, and that actually was before the dating black pill, like
mm,
years before. I had found it like afterwards, and I said, yeah, this guy's like uh I don't know what to call it, like nihilistic government type of thing.
yeah, you
Uh
don't want to be associated with nihilism
oh,
at
oh
all.
yeah, very ugly. Yeah, his thing, I forgot his name, but yeah, that so the whole dating part of that was more just because of the grifters in the red pill to, because
Yeah,
they were saying, oh, this is, I mean, they still try to push it like that, but it's so dead that
it
no
is.
one
We're gonna
uh
battle toilet paper. Come on, that's not a stream. Toilet paper
yeah,
gets 6 views. There's nobody left.
yeah,
They're all
yeah.
gone. Donovan's gone. Everybody's gone.
Yeah, I think Dirty Eddie changed his channel name to Dating Something, like because it's that low. Like people already know. It's like he's been so like put out in the open as just a
Mhm.
crackhead. And
The new
yeah,
discussion is AI. The way AI revolution is happening right now,
oh
with all
yeah,
the layoffs that are just starting, people are losing jobs. That's what
yeah,
people want to talk about.
oh yeah, yeah. No, definitely. Brother Arabian says I'm empty pilled and Desi pilled. Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. Mr. Super Sidewinder, good to see you, man. The actual black pill was hijacked by the looks mag. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's where, yeah, it goes back, because it goes back to that political thing. I gotta look it up. Yeah, man, you're very out. You know what's up, brother Ali. No dirty Eddie, mind it. Yeah, yeah. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it when you had mentioned it. I looked through his shorts and I didn't see it, and that's when I realized he changed the name of the channel like shortly after. It's dating something or advice for dating. The real black pill is about there being no personal solutions to systemic. Yeah, it's very, yeah. It has a,
Yeah.
yeah. That was the original, like a government type of black pill. I forgot the guy's channel. It was, yeah. It had that nihilistic, that systemic, like you were saying, that there's just no personal solutions. Yeah, and I think that's where they, yeah, you're right. The looks maxers, they've gotten very like with the new stuff, very like they've gotten blue pilled basically, like the whole Beak and all of them trying to, like Cooper, somebody told me, was on I think it was Andrew Wilson he was debating, and he's basically saying it's over. So Richard Cooper now is trying to be black pill. And I don't know, I think it was Scribe that was telling me about it. Like this was last month. And he goes, yeah, man, it's everybody, these guys are trying to claim to be that. And I said, well, for Cooper, it's over. I said, not for us. I said, other people, I said, they're speaking from their own. I said, it was over for Cooper when he was a teenager, even though he's a tall guy. I mean, the dude he kind of reminds me from Mr. Gone from the comic The Max. They have like the cartoon The Max that would used to be on MTV. I think it's still on YouTube. There's the bad guy character called Mr. Gone, and he looks kind of like Richard Cooper. I mean, very weird dude. Actually, Mr. Gone is a lot cooler. Cooper is like Cooper. It's it's sad. because I look at them and I say, man, these guys have went through lives. Um, no wonder they act the way they act. Look at them. Like the dude who he's with the WEF, Yuval, like Nova or something. He wrote the book, The Story of Us, and he's like total evolution zombie. He's one of the guys with the WEF that is saying, there's too many people on Earth. You look at him, pure incel. I mean, this dude, and these guys are openly with their boyfriends.
Yeah.
So, and I'm like Sam Altman and them. I didn't know he had a husband or something. Look at Don Lemon. Don Lemon actually trying to say he wants to run for politics. The same guy that was calling people that didn't get the jab, the enemy, and they should be quarantined. It's like you talk about a piece of living crap.
And he's always talking about racism too, but he's married to a white man.
Yes. It's crazy, bro. It's like, holy smokes. Alexis June, thank you, brother, for the support. Alexis says, Donovan Sharp doing politics now? Holy smokes.
Oh, boy. Talk about zombie language. Who would listen to that guy for politics? Are you kidding me?
My goodness. He made a video yesterday about that girl that got offed in the train by the dude. Oh my God, he's saying, Jay, what the heck? He is, and you know what? I've noticed a lot of racist guys were posting that video. They've recirculated it now, like they've put it up. Thank you, Alexis. This I didn't know
why? Because I was an attractive girl. That's why. If it was a big, fat, ugly woman, nobody would care. But she was attractive. She was like a model or something, or she was a pretty girl.
I thought she was Ukrainian, like
she was.
Yeah, but not a soldier, right? Like a retired soldier, or like
I don't know. She was just from Ukraine, but she was an attractive girl. That's all I remember. So that's why it's such a.
She wasn't bad. Yeah. She wasn't bad looking from the pictures, but well, again, remember they feed us these crackhead blondes, and it's a good thing I uploaded this picture a while ago. You look at this picture; all four of these celebrities are different girls. This is like the girl that plays Harley Quinn. I think on the lower right or the top left.
Wow.
Jamie Presley on the bottom left, a different girl on the top. They're four different girls. They feed us these crackhead blondes, these trailer trash blondes, and people are sweating them. And I'm like,
it's more about attractiveness than it is about race. Because I mean, they're pretty girls. That's not.
They're okay.
They're pretty girls.
They're to me. They're I would say they're strong, like Jamie, the other one, I'd say sixes. Strong.
But we'd have to include the body too, because as men, we're looking at that body.
Yeah, but if we're just going face, if we're just going like me personally, I'm a face man, so they can have small tits. I'll suck those flat titties. I don't mind. It's better than the eggplants. Because some guys want the eggplants, and it's like the old saying, a martini glass, more than a mouthful is a waste. So when you look at these crackhead trailer park blondes that they feed us, some of them are, they call them trailer park treasures. You got some that are pretty. I have to admit, they have some type of allure. The one in the top right, I don't like her at all. I don't like the way she looks.
Mm-hmm.
Presley is okay, but in some things, the top left, okay, the bottom right, a little too crackheadish, so I'm very particular. Like I can pick that stuff out and be like, yeah, I don't really like her, just very, very particular. But from what I've seen with white women, the prettiest white women are the brunettes. And they're always trying to dye their hair blonde because of what I call the pursuit of whiteness, as if it's better or something. But the brunettes, some of them are very, very pretty. Not to say, like, when you find a pretty blonde, she's extremely pretty.
Of course.
So these girls, 2 are mediocre, 2 are what I would say is, pretty passable. Brother Ali says, my ex has a Jeep Packy girl who was flat both front and back, one of the best sex. Yeah, bro. It's like, Scribe used to criticize me about that. Oh, you want the flat? No, I said, listen, if her face is pretty, I can deal with it. He would prefer more of the body with a mediocre face. And I'm like, nah, I'm not really.
I'm
Uh,
probably that camp too, you know.
yeah,
But I'm
yeah,
not that.
and I understand some guys are with that. Like I would
You
see
just
some
can't be
pretty,
disgusting, you know. And I see a lot of that at Walmart. So you
yeah,
know, it's you know what I
yeah.
mean.
No,
Yeah.
and like I'll see some pretty Asian girls are not real Oriental girls are not really known for like their voluptuous bodies, you know.
Right.
They
Right.
more have pretty faces, and I'm cool with that. I'm cool
Oh, I am
with
too.
yeah, you
I am
know.
too.
I'm okay with Crouching Tiger. You know, not the girls in Crouching Tiger. They were kind of so
But
so.
I'm sure you see it when you go out. I mean, pretty girls are kind of a rarity nowadays. Not
They
like the
are.
'80s. You know
You
what I
don't
mean?
see an eight. You don't see an eight or a nine.
No,
You really nobody's gonna see that walking
I see
around.
monstrosities. To be honest with you,
Yeah, yes.
I see girls who I'm overweight. I gotta lose weight again. I lost some weight, but I gotta lose it again. But their ass is bigger than me. I
Oh
mean, I
my
see that on a
goodness.
regular basis. When I go to Walmart, it's like, how did it get that big? You know what I
Wow.
mean? It's bigger than the shopping cart. I'm sure you've seen it. You know?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I've definitely seen some brutal uh Buddy Lee says also even the red pill was hijacked. It was started in the 9/11 truthers when I wrote in the black pill, they were the ones that brought the red pill from the matrix into the cyberspace. So you were red pilled if you knew that the government lied, you were blue pilled if you believed the official story. So I give them credit in the black pill book for that. And however, internet markers, LARP, yeah, and they took it, the PUAs, and that's what created the MTOWs and all of that because they got so ripped off. And the girl was a Ukrainian refugee working at a pizza joint on her way home. Wow, wow. Azraroon, brother, man, thank you for the support, bro. Always a pleasure to hear from you. We got the link pinned if you want to hop on, Azraroon. Yeah, this is when they push that thing by pushing like Alexis is saying, Dirty Eddie is pushing that girl's picture. I found something. I don't know how recent it is, but these three guys just got arrested for having relations with animals, with farm animals. It was like three dudes, and I'm like, nobody's talking about that. And of course, they're playing on the girl. They're really playing on it's a black dude that did that to the girl. Now, if they look at the story, that guy was asking for mental help. And
Hmm.
the judge, who was a light skinned black woman, let him go. And then I think within 8 to 10 months, he had committed the atrocity of what happened, which is horrible. But it's not a black white thing, it's a mental illness thing.
I agree. And I had an aunt who was schizophrenic, so I'm very familiar with mental illness. And unfortunately, a lot of people in our society are very uneducated when it comes to mental illness. They just are completely unaware of how dangerous it really is.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Mr. X, brother, thank you for the support, bro. I
Absolutely.
appreciate it, man. We got Varun, man. Anything on your mind?
No, I just came from the gym, so I saw that you're talking about how brunettes are very attractive. So, like, what was the topic today, MD? Exactly, like the whole.
Oh, it's
Uh,
about going back into the pod, the Matrix pod. Like this,
uh,
this was the thumbnail for the stream. Are we going back into the pod, like people going back into the Matrix pod? But we also have the asylum called Planet Earth, and we were showing how they feed us the same template for women. Like the fact that these women all look the same, it shows that they don't want us to have it. Like Anne Hathaway is not a great looking chick, but I would say she's prettier than these girls. She's a brunette. Maybe one or two of them might compete with her, but she's not a bad look. She's not great looking, because now she's older and all of that. But she, she's holding her own as a brunette with, I
yeah,
think, dark eyes too,
correct, correct.
yeah. But let me see if I can find, because some pictures she's brutal. Some pictures it's like, she ain't really,
Yeah, but with her body.
her body is kind of, it's not that bad. Like I think she might have now she might have got a little bit of an implantation. Some pictures she ain't really looking that great. She said she cut her hair short because the people in Hollywood, the predators, don't like look at them as much to have like to try to have sex with them when they keep their. A lot of women in Hollywood have said that, and she kind of, some pictures she looks pretty, other pictures, a little odd looking.
But it makes sense that Hollywood would be so like non-hetero because if you look back at ancient times, all the plays, all the artists, the sculptors, they were completely non-hetero probably back then too, in the Greeks, So
Oh, yeah.
it's a long-standing history, basically, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it definitely did. Yeah, it's not yeah, definitely. Azarun, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if you had anything with that.
Regarding going back to the pod, what will happen is that this is what I've heard. There'll be a flood that will wipe out all of mankind, and then the souls that are remaining still, they will actually have to wait for some time. They'll be connected to a kind of big pot-like structure covered in filled with water and covered up by this progenitor called Bija Prajapati, and the souls will have to enter back inside of that and be reborn as humans. It'll happen somewhere in this place called Kumbakonam. Kumbakonam is a very ancient city in India. It's more ancient than Varanasi and Kashi. So they say that this time life will begin from there.
Wow. Yeah, I guess that's I mean, it's something to think about. I mean,
Well, first we got to decide, we got to get to the truth. Is the non-physical a reality?
yeah, like the
That's what we got to get first.
Yeah. But I was looking up pictures. So when we look at these blondes here, it gets tiring to me. Unless if they're very pretty, like two of them, kind of competing. Anne Hathaway is a brunette. She's not the best looking chick, but she's competing with them. As a dark-haired, dark-eyed girl, because everybody wants to look at the pursuit of whiteness to where, if she's blonde or blue-eyed, they just act like, oh my goodness, automatically she's supposed to be good looking. And that's not the case. Yeah, because you see some beast that are, blonde hair, blue-eyed, and it's like, that ain't really
it's not even blonde hair. They got to be in shape. They have to have a good facial structure. It's a lot of other things besides the skin tone. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You see pretty to me, it has the structure. It's no matter what you put on that structure, it's going to look pretty.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
that's what's living in reality as a straight male. That's what I see. That's what I've experienced.
Exactly. And we already know some of these guys, like even with the dating thing, I don't know if I sent. Oh yeah, I did send it to you when Clavicula woke up.
I saw that, yeah.
And it's like we already know what they want, and somebody had left a comment saying, he only reacted that way because he knew the camera was on, because he probably would have kept talking to that,
I agree.
Yeah, those guys are so and the fact that they're saying cold approach still, it's like, come on.
Yeah, but the only one preaching that is toilet paper. I don't hear anybody else preaching that anymore. I think that died out.
Yeah. I got to give it to Stefan, because he comes on the chat as cope approach, because he called it cope approach, which is what it is, or stalk approach. Basically, it's stalking. I mean, these guys are. It's sad because a lot of them, and this is where I, with Armor, who used to have the alpha male lifestyle thing. I think he got deleted again for hatred. He starts talking about stuff and I'm saying, what's wrong with you, man? They get this hatred of certain people, and then magically they blame everybody. And it's like, look, even the majority, I could say, it's not, what's going on is not good. But what what is complaining about it gonna do? It's like, I understand some people are mad, but it's like, what, when you look at it, it's a really tough situation. And like I've noticed, like it's not regulated to color. Like JP Nobody thank goodness he hit me to the book Black Nazis, like how you hit me to the pink swastika, which they try to discredit that guy because I think he's a pastor. But what he's saying makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So much pink swastika going on. So Veronica Werner, I think her name is, wrote Black Nazis, and it's hard to find. When he first told it to me last year, bang, it popped up on Amazon. I had to search for it when I went back to find it. And I was like, wow, there's even people wearing the armbands in Argentina. And these people are like olive skin. So they're not even, your typical SS soldier.
But that's where they set up camp in after World War II. They went to Argentina.
Yes.
They have camps right there that I've seen explorers go in there.
Mm-hmm.
Towns and everything. Yeah.
There's a UFC fighter who went there to learn about it. I don't know if he has Jewish backgrounds, but he went to find the German towns in Chile. And he goes, everybody speaks German in these towns. He goes, a lot of stuff. I think his name is Tim Kennedy. He was on the Joe Rogan thing. And he was really looking into it. They say Mengele was still there doing experiments.
I'm sure he was. I believe he was 100%.
Yeah, and they even say Hitler and Eva Braun, that's where I would say they won, Okay, yeah, I'll definitely check it, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, that the Dirty Eddie National Social, it isn't Aryan as you think. Yeah, it definitely isn't. And the Aryan thing on the whole, it has nothing to do with color. Like Azaroon, because those are basically your direct roots. And it has.
They stole it from us, MD. They stole it from us, and then they perverted it and made it their own.
Exactly. The perversion of it, it's so true. And it's crazy how people believe it. That, again, they printed it in books, they pushed it in the universities. That's their propaganda stations, basically, the universities so you have generations that grow up getting this. It's not even an inferiority it's like an inferiority complex masked with a superiority complex. And then people realize that it's all a lie. But they've bought into it so much that they don't know what, how to, I don't know if you have background noise, Azroon. Yeah. Veronica, yes, Black Nazi. Yep. That Veronica Clark. That's it. Yes. Because I couldn't at first. I thought it was, Werner. That's her name. Yes. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah. That's, yeah, man. Yeah.
But even Hitler's brown shirts, the head of the brown shirts, before he took power, he was an admitted homosexual. That's documented history, no conspiracy. That's been documented. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those guys are like deep in the claws. Yeah, deep. And again, somebody was saying Clavicula and them, that's what they're selling. They're selling oh my goodness, they're stealing the women and all of that stuff. Meanwhile, they don't even like women,
Exactly.
Yeah. It's really
they'll do whatever they can to get a male audience. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah, they definitely and the crazy thing is they're getting guys. I'm very surprised. It's like, wow, there's groups, but it's funny because somebody left a comment. Disney K, she wow, I'm glad she seemed. Well, I don't know if it's a he or a she. The channel doesn't have anything on it. I was looking for the comment when I was letting you know about the person that replied to what I said about evolution on that guy's stream. Oh yeah, this guy here. So I said, funny how a spoon couldn't form by chance, but people think a cell can. Clint from Clint Reptiles, the guy that made the community post about me, and he has like 700,000 subscribers. I mean, the fact that he replied to my comment, it just shows his ego is out of control. It's like, wow, anybody, disagreeing. And I says, but I think you just prove what Bonhoeffer wrote about long ago, which is, the theory of stupidity. But one of his minions wrote back, a metal spoon could technically naturally occur. So, it's like, so a metal spoon could technically naturally occur, though the odds are extremely low. First off, in today's Earth, a cell could probably not form from abiogenesis. So they try to separate it now. They try to say, oh, well, abiogenesis doesn't have anything to do with evolution. It's the same camp.
Yep.
And he says, climate has changed. Now, this is the funny part. And this is part of the paragraph he left.
Mhm.
Climate has changed. Back in those days, like billions of years ago, organic molecules like amino acids could really pop up naturally. If an
That's your
RNA,
belief. That's a
right?
belief. That's not science.
This is, and then he says, if an RNA got trapped in a lipid bubble, it could form a protocell. I can't even believe this. Protocells have been recreated by scientists. Protocells are technically not alive, but they can replicate themselves over hundreds of millions of years of having the right conditions to possibly make a protocell, and weeding the ones that get out competed out, a bacterium could be made. I didn't even respond to this paragraph. I was like, this guy, there's nothing to say to him.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, back in those days, like billions of years ago. Oh, so back in those days,
Right. Can't know what's on the bottom of the ocean of this earth, but we can know what happened billions of years. Exactly what happened.
yeah, straight, like, it makes you wonder. And this guy, the guy Yuval Noah Harari, that's the incel from the WEF that is like so pro evolutionary. It's almost to the point where it's like it's sickening at that point. I'm looking to see if the link, I'm trying to see okay, I got it. Yeah, that was the link Brother Arabian had sent. I just want to make sure, because on StreamYard I can't hit it. That's the thing. And wait, that's her name. Okay, wait, this is the link here. So I saw a picture of Clavicle with some hookers. Oh my goodness. Can't imagine the smell of the body odor just looking. Wow. Ain't no way. This is since they're both disco cells. Holy smokes. It's crazy. It is.
And he breaks faces all the time too. He's a major face raider.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he is so
MD,
yeah.
you said that these guys they stalk, right? They teach about cold approach and stalk. That's what predator does, right? It's like tracking, stalking, and taking down the prey. That predatory behavior, right? Actually, that's the way a predator behaves in the jungle. First, it tracks the prey down, then it stalks it, and then it pounces on it and kills the thing and eats it. This type of behavior is not normal, no, MD. What the dating coaches teach.
Yeah, it's very very
Be a hunter.
predatory. Yeah.
Be a hunter, just like hunting a prey.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
I bet they got a lot of backlash though from people who tried their methods and failed miserably and got depressed, and they probably took a lot of backlash. Like, you know what I mean? That we never heard about.
Yeah. You're right, Mr. X.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing part of the Dirty Eddie thing. It's hilarious because the fact that these guys, well, he produced it last year, but the fact that they still think about me enough to make videos, it's hilarious. Yeah, Harkey was a big time face raiding from under the bed. I mean, he just I don't know what happened to him. I think he met up with Le Closet, and
He did.
it just, yeah, he because they were talking. I mean, I kind of, when I look back at it, it's like it's crazy when I think of the. It's like, man, these guys. It just. I would like to, if I was financially independent, yeah, I would probably talk about it because it's like when you see something like that, they are such grifters
Hmm.
going from, like ITV had said, they prey on the misery of men.
Yep.
And it is really sad because it causes a problem in the mind. Soy Francis was still streaming. I couldn't believe it. Like it popped up with that guy Tusk, and the guy's like digging for gold in his nose on stream on camera. I'm like, this is disgusting. These guys are like animals, and they're trying to say, oh, well, we had 100 guys approach women, or a guy approach. No, I think it was a guy approached 100 women, and I was like, these guys are crazy. It's
Well,
yeah, it's toilet paper. It's toilet paper on
well, they're selling the snake oil. You want to have the most beautiful woman in the world? Take my course. No different than Tom Booth selling his get rich quick scheme. None of
yes,
it works. It's the
exactly,
same crap. It's the same
exactly.
crap.
And these guys, I could see they're ready to get they would. I mean, look at who was it? TFM and Sandman pushing the sex doll. So I could see them just saying, look, you know what? Uh the Matrix thing, when I wrote Sperm Street, Nightmare on Sperm Street, I talked about how in Korea, back as far as from '07 or '09, they were calling two-dimensional anime pictures their wives. They called it two-dimensional wives. That's how, like just, I guess it's over, it was, that they thought it was for them. And you look at that and you say to yourself, like, what does that?
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
how, it, yeah, I mean, it
Mental
really,
illness is off the chain. It's off
yeah,
the chain. Yeah, we're living in an asylum, like you said, MD. This is an
yeah,
asylum.
it
That's what's
really
becoming.
is. I mean, what crushed Dirty Eddie and Roll on them is once they saw their girlfriends. I put out the most basic thing. I said, listen, if these guys got magical words to get women, why do they have ugly wives? And
Right.
people, that basic logic had crushed to the point. Brother Ali says, I'd rather cold approach girls online and maybe in the park at times than be a doll cell. No, yeah, the doll cell is just done. It's over. It just, yeah, it's to a level where, that, I think I said it a while ago. It's like almost, it's like, I would compare it, I guess if I had to use a comparison, it's kind of gives like a necrophilia vibe.
Sure. Sure. And if I could just make one comment,
Yeah.
you know, the turmoil that happened the last few screams ago, with Scribe, Jake,
Mhm.
and the Closet, and if there's one positive to be taken from it, I think you should take it as a compliment in one way because it shows the effectiveness of your message,
Yeah.
how you
Yeah.
portray things. Because they became like crack addicts missing crack. You know what I mean? Like they're starving for that crack again. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Hmm.
So that shows you the power of your articulation and how you can put things. So, at least
Yeah.
if there's a positive to be taken from it, that's it. You
No,
know?
you're right. And Scribe has told me that all along. I still look at him as a brother.
Hmm.
Hopefully, we'll speak again. Uh, this is the first time, I guess. We've had disagreements before. We'll see what happens. I know he's working a lot. He's doing like building sites. They're working on a lot of projects, and then he has his real estate business. So he could be busy. He could just, he's always tried. I told him, I said, look, man, the more you try to pull me back into that, the further apart. I said it can cause problems because it's kind of like, you're really pushing the issue. And I would think that I mean, I have a lot of people.
They're drug addicts, like missing a drug.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Because me, it never affected me that much because I never followed these dating coaches. I never bought a course.
Mhm.
But if other people did, and they're angry about the results, which they should have been because they don't work, you were like that. You know what I mean? That revenge factor, and they loved it. They loved the way you put things. They love your insults and your roasts because they were classics. Even I didn't have that much hatred for them, but I loved them too because you have a good way of articulating. But that same articulation can be applied to human origins and other topics too. So
yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I would love if I had money, I would do both. And it just, Scribe, when he told me, he goes, "Look, man, when I first heard you on LFA," he goes, I was shocked. He goes, "Look," he goes, "I would have spent $100 to talk to you." And I was like, "Wow." And he goes, "Look, man," he goes, "You have a gift for that." And I said, Le Closet was saying in defense, I remember a while ago, he goes, "Well, I think it was on toilet papers thing." He goes, "Well, MD doesn't, have he doesn't, the guy isn't like doing phone calls or stuff like that, like in defense." And I'm saying, well, if I was going to make money, I said that's one of the things I would have to do, but it wouldn't be like a coaching thing. It would be, okay, I can have a conversation, but this is what, I'm going to charge. It's going to be like, $100 or something, or $50. And that would, I don't know, I wasn't like, Bulldog Mindset had said it best one time. He said on one of the streams, he goes, you just haven't learned how to charge people. And coming from a grifter like him, I mean, he's politician level grifter. I mean, that guy, he knows how to lay it on thick. Brother Ali says, "My late mother had a $1920 from her old fiance. Looked so creepy, like I was creeped out, and I still am. The only crack I'm starving for is Desi Chief Patties." Yeah, man. I'm
laughing all the time thinking about some of the streams and things you said, and I start laughing to myself, thinking about it. So it's powerful.
Right. Yeah, and he says, he loved the roast too, but if he wants to listen about female issues, he just listened to CGA still. I don't know what happened to CGA. I think like he got into like a debate.
Oh, Coach Greg Adams?
Yeah, with I think it was Andrew Wilson, and they were trying to say, they were just going back and forth. I think like trying to make hit pieces on each other or something like that. I don't think Wilson, made too much on him, but and CGA again. Remember, he's kind of like he's
under investigation.
He's under investigation. When he went to Hawaii and took a picture with like 4 dudes. And then I found out Hawaii's like a getaway for closet, So Hogwood went to Hawaii, Bulldog Mindset, and then, and they're all, definitely sus. That kind of had me like being like, And, just basic observation, like I was saying, like Darius M., he's got 2 kids that, his girlfriend was white, blonde girl, got custody. CGA, same thing. I think it was a blonde woman. He's got 2 kids. He got custody. Now, we know about the racism in America and the world. For a black man to get custody of his kids that he had with a white woman, she's basically, she's got to be a crackhead. She's got to be literally just right out of a brothel. And they're going to sit there. And again, they go into, that's their Stephen from Django, their epitome is, they're looking at these crackhead blondes as the top of the female hierarchy. And then they realized that they had kids with a crackhead. And now magically it's the woman's fault, of course, according to them.
Sure. And I don't care who dates who. Anybody can date anybody they want to. But a lot of times in interracial, I'm just keeping it real. A lot of these girls have been ran through. Just keep it real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He definitely, Brother Ali says he's still in the red pill. CJ still talking. Yeah, he hasn't changed. It's sad because, he's milking the audience and he's making some bank just off of his view counts. I mean, I get like $20-something a month, and it's only because I monetize the stream after the live stream. I don't want people to have ads popping up while we're live streaming. I want them to be able to watch the stream. Those guys, I don't think they pay the audience that much. Like if I leave it running, I think it's like it can make up to like 60 to 80 bucks a month. But I'm like, you know what? I'll monetize it after the stream is over, and it's okay with the 20 something a month. That's okay. But like these other guys are making some money, because if I'm only getting a couple of hundred views and it's 20, if they're getting 1,000, that's 200. If they're getting 10,000, which some of them are getting, they're getting like a couple of thousand easy. So they're milking their audience to the point where it's the same points, but they don't realize that they don't realize that this is having a toll on those young men. It's messing with, because they're drilling in the same thing, and that's not Brother Ali says CG, he's promoting scams like crypto and the dollar. Wow.
Wow. That.
It goes around to it. It goes around to it. And, it's like, I don't think there's much out there like that. That's why I would say I would have to be financially independent, because like there's nobody left. The Beak and Andrew Tate and those guys self-destructed, so they destroyed themselves.
Right.
They're
not even promoting dating. They're, like you said, they're getting political and they're getting into other topics. They're leaving.
They're going into the race baiting stuff. Whatever podcast is just trash. I mean, it's like the same old stuff. They get a couple of mediocre girls and they try to trash them. And then their guru, Andrew Wilson, got busted by that chick that exposed him, saying, well, don't you have, your wife has 3 kids and 3 baby daddies.
That's bad. Now that's bad.
She crushed him so hard, he started doing the chicken neck when he was chicken necking, like, oh, don't talk about my wife. It's like, wife. It's like, that was like, she probably got ran through by the football team. She probably doesn't even know who the father is for at least 2 of those kids, and he tried to say, oh, she's with 3 guys. So the 3 kids, those are the only 3. And I'm like, this guy is delusional beyond belief. And that
does he have a kid with her? Does he even have a kid?
I'm not sure if one of those kids are his.
It is.
He could be. Or do you know Azrun or no?
Yeah, Sarah told me he has one child with her, a son.
Okay, so he's the 3rd sucker. So he has, and is that Sarah the Rotten Tomato?
Yeah.
Okay, so because she's still around. The Grinch. She's still. I mean, these people are like roaches of the so-called manosphere. They're roaches. Sarah is brutal. I mean, she's brutal. Brother Ali says he stopped listening to CJ in 24. He said that if he
went homeless,
he let her. Oh my goodness, he said that if his mom went home, he'd let her. Why? He wouldn't even take care of his own mom. He said that he's also take advantage of others like the elite. What a piece of crap. And I kind of sensed it with him, because he is a voice cell. He sounds like a Muppet. He has a voice that's not serious. Like, he doesn't have the bass in his voice. Like, he doesn't have a commanding voice. He has a more like, hey guys, let's do this, like kind of a goofy, and that right there, and nothing against, Armor from Alpha Male. He has that too. Like I told him, I said, as soon as he speaks, I said, it's straight yellow cab. I said, and he said he spoke even worse.
See, that's what I say. I love the way you put things. It cracks me up. You can't make this stuff up. This is straight yellow cab.
Straight yellow cab. He's like, hey, how are you guys doing today? And it's just like, bro, you gotta like seriously, and he's so nice. And then again, he had to go. I think he's having a kid with like a hooker.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and he's acting like that's a win. And I remember Scribe, when I was talking to Scribe was like, come on, bro. He goes, for him, that's a win. He goes, you got to remember, for him, It's different. And I'm like, man, that is brutal. And
How's it
he had to
different?
go overseas. He had to go to South America for that.
Oh, gee.
I mean, you're talking a level of like, because Scribe was like, look, man, he goes, you can't, he goes, come on. He goes, the guy, he goes, for him, that's a big thing. And then he met Koala. I told Koala to meet up with him when we were still cool in Mexico. And I got to give it to Armor. He was smart enough to detect at that time the two girls that Koala had were hookers.
Mm.
And when he showed me the pictures and Koala, and I was like, wow, you know what? They might be. And then Koala tried to say stuff. Of course, he tried to say stuff about Armor. And, and I was like, well, Armor doesn't drink and Koala's a drunk. So, of course, that's not going to vibe together. And then I think finally, after staying in Mexico for a month and realizing that no chick is going to want to just have sex with him, I think that's when he broke down. I said, listen, bro, you're going to have to pay. I said, the position that life get, unless you go back and you get some, type of arranged agreement, which he didn't want that from his culture. I said, it ain't happening, bro. You're in that thing. And then finally he, he just really, let me see. Brother Ali says, honestly, I took care. Yeah, man. The same thing with me. I think about my mom every day, man. I helped her. Even my friends were like, look, when you got out the army, I always had to stay close because just for protection and to say, look, I'm here. And in her last years, I remember 6, 7 doctor's appointments a month. And I had my uncle helping me out. I said, look, if you could take her to the doctor on Saturday, she would go to have the fluid pulled out of her eye because of diabetes. I mean, the stuff that I saw, I was just like, wow, yeah, it's personal to me too, brother. I told for CGA to say that, I inherited. You got a good voice. You have a very good voice. Yeah, when you came on the thing, you definitely do, bro. And CGA doesn't have that. He anybody that remembers Adam's voice, it's kind of like, it's not a serious voice. It's more of a it's very friendly, but it has that little muppety type of thing to it.
Right.
And Rollo speaks like he's whispering. It's like Cooper. I mean, it's sad. It's like I don't. It's not to like. I'm not making.
It is sad. No, you're right. It is sad.
Yeah,
You're
so
100% right.
and that's why the only reason that I criticize them is because they're very critical of other people. It's like, okay, you want to be critical? Well, now I can be critical because these guys, like you were saying, I guess they like to see me speak with them because I become a voice for them that they can't really speak with them. They don't know how to really, they wouldn't know what to say. It's kind of like the evolution stuff. A lot of people don't know what to say to these guys.
Right.
And that's what I was telling guys. I said, look, you got to study it. You have to look. And that's where Hovind and these other guys, I give them a lot of credit. The evolution guys are traumatized by Hovind. It's hilarious. Like I don't know what Kent did to them, but they are like, I guess the science that he presented that it affected them. But the problem is he jumps out the window when he mentions his religion. So now the people that might have just seen the crack in evolution, when he does that, they're like, oh, he's religious, so what he said previously might be invalid. When no, it's not invalid. And that's where he got to know to keep his beliefs. It would be like if I'm talking about dating and like how these guys got caught out there and you see they got an ugly wife, you'd be like, well, wait a second. Dirty Eddie was the worst. I mean, that was brutal. That was brutal. She's straight Sam Kinison. I was like, what the heck is that?
And I'm sure she was ran through. You know what I mean?
Oh, super ran through. It's so sad too. It's so sad because it seems like maybe she had a drug problem or something, because if she's with Dirty Eddie, I mean, oh man, I mean that.
I just can't believe these guys who follow this crap. And that's the scary part. To look at a Rolo or a Dirty Eddie or the coach, whatever his name is, Coach CGA. It's just like, you would pay for this shit? It's
man.
scary. I'm sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to say shit, but
No, no.
this
Yeah.
crap, this crap. You know,
Yeah.
you would pay for this crap. It's like, why? Who? A guy with a do rag, older middle aged man with a do rag. You're this. You think this is the Messiah? This is the guy to listen to? He's have all the answers. You know, it's just like, oh, that tells you something about our society, how
Yeah.
broken it is.
Exactly. And Rolo's little too. He took a picture with the frog from Fresh and Fit, and he's smaller than the frog in the picture. I mean, he's a tiny, he's not a big guy. He's like a little grandma. Brother Ali says Christians sell hair also. Yeah, man, I'd prefer to keep science and religion separate. Yeah, definitely, bro. I agree. Rob, you were crushing, bro. He remembers hard 9 when he said his girl was a hard 9. Oh my goodness. I'd run through Dirty Eddie's wife. You are hilarious, bro. Also, CJ got charged $70 for this colon consultation, $70 for his. Wow, of course. Wow. See, yeah, he fell off, man. I just, yeah, that. I always was, a little, I never trusted any dating coach. It was always, it just once I hear a guy trying to like really talk about that, there's only so much you could say. Like if he was honest, right? If he was giving good advice, he would say, look, what he did was wrong. He couldn't get a girl of value because he's like, he's not the guy that girls are looking for. He got hit with a few things because the voice sell, the hair sell, yeah. So he's done. And if he would be like, you know what, he did this.
The face cell. Don't forget that. The face cell.
Oh, the face cell too. Yeah, he's definitely face cell.
No, these are good-looking guys. I mean, they're all sus.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's definitely not. He has that just got punched in the face look because his face is definitely the maxilla is not forward, and that's just basic, facial stuff that anybody could notice. It's not going into like looks maxing. It's saying, look, the dude, you can ask any girl, and she's gonna give you it right there, and he could say, look, he made a mistake, guys, don't do this. Now that would be good advice to say, okay, you don't want to be like CGA. Like Rolo could say the same thing. He was 30, married a 35-year-old rock groupie. Imagine how much she's been blown out, and she said, you know what, let me get with this grandma looking dude. Because Rolo and Cooper and LFA look like the same family from Deliverance. If you really think about it. They have that alcohol fetal syndrome look with the eyes. I don't know what it is, but definitely kind of, yeah. It just, oh yeah, he's a height cell. Brother Ali is crushing. Yeah, CGA is a height cell. You are right about that. Yeah, definitely the older ones. That would be good advice to tell guys like, look, if you're gonna be with an older chicks, it's just smash and dash, because guys are gonna want to, they're gonna want to do the deed. They're gonna want to make the beast with 2 backs, to be with a woman. And that drive is strong. Like, look, Azraroon, he accomplished it. I'm so glad that he got that off his thing. And so now you know what it's like. And hey, it's not everything in life, but I understand. Yeah,
correct. You're right, MD.
Yeah, a lot of the younger guys, they get like a little forward, like Le Closet. I don't even know. Like, I mean, I hope he's doing okay. I know Scribe has an affinity for him. Like, I guess he looks at him, Scribe, as a mentor to help him. And he doesn't like if I'm mean to him. And Le Closet got pretty cool. I mean, it was a little weird about what he said when he was on. I'm like, bro, this is not really cool,
I couldn't stop laughing when you called Scribe the dick police.
Oh yeah, man.
I was like, Scribe, what the hell do you care where he's putting it? And it's true. It's like, what do you care?
Exactly. I think he got offended, man. I would apologize. I mean, I hope he's all right, man. Yeah, I really, because I really care for Scribe. I mean, he's like a brother to me, and I
Look, you
just,
have nothing to apologize for. You've been more than fair to all these guys. You've given them so much.
yeah,
So come on, man. If anything, they should apologize to you.
yeah. But
You've given Scribe a
I
lot,
give him
a
credit though.
lot.
He has helped. Like he helped me with the book covers. You know, he has a gift. Like when we work together, there's a synergy that
Hmm.
where he would be like, okay, like some of the previous covers, he's like, look, this is fully whack, and he would go through, and I'm like, okay, Architects of Humanity. He was the one that finalized that, and I said, wow, you really did it. I said, this is good, and he also was telling me about the Nightmare on Sperm Street. He's like, you know, what? Why? He goes, you didn't even consult with me, and he was just like, he didn't even want to like talk about it. He was so angry, and I was like, okay, I understand. I should have consulted because okay, the name was wrong, and we should have revamped it, but he was just so disgusted with what I did. So I was like, okay, that's understandable. I'll give you that. You're right. So he has a genius with him. I give it to Scribe. Scribe has a genius, but I think some of the dating guys, I don't know. I mean, I don't think they're in contact with each other behind it. I doubt. I'm pretty sure Scribe and Jake don't talk behind the scenes. Maybe Lasagna, but I doubt it because Scribe doesn't really talk to anybody. He doesn't have social media, nothing, because
Right.
he was going to computers. When I told him about MySpace, and I said, yeah, MySpace was great back in like '04, '05. And he's like, man, he goes, he was busy building security systems, and being like an architect. So he already knew all of that is BS. And so he's extremely mature when it comes to that.
But just what you just said there, where you're suspecting if they're working with dating coaches, that's why you got to stay out of the sewer. Because I think it's messing up your mind, honestly. It
Oh
gets
yeah,
people a little bit paranoid. It's a sewer. It's a
yeah, it
sewer.
is. It is, and it's. I'm surprised that they're still floating. The turds, Rollins and Cooper and Dirty Eddie, and even 21 Closets are probably still floating turds on the top
If
of the
they
street.
can make a buck, they'll float. If they
Yeah,
can make a buck, they'll float. If they can't
yeah,
make a buck, it's over. They'll move
yeah,
on to the next one.
yeah. I
Yeah.
think 21 Closets, their true colors came out because he would have his, be posting community stuff with, his wife with a mug saying, uh, proud to be white and stuff like that. I was like, holy smokes. He really, yeah, his stuff came out. And I mean, again, when I look at it, it's like, okay, this is a guy that openly admitted he married a hooker for 4 years. So they get married in Vegas, and I'm like, so you think she stopped being a hooker? And then he finds out, he was getting, sloppy seconds or whatever. And I'm like, wow. And I had told Hold the truth. I said, you know why these guys like Jack Murphy and them would want other guys to smash? I said, they don't want a woman. They want a woman with the scent of a man on her. And he was like, wow. He goes, that's pretty. I said, think about it. I said, that's the only reason that they would accept that. They really, they're not attracted to the scent of a woman fully. They want that mixed scent or whatever it is. And that's the only reason I could see why Murphy would send his wife out to get guys on Tinder and then come home after. There's something very odd. And then for 21 Closets and them to say, oh, they didn't know. Meanwhile, this guy's doing videos sitting on cucumbers and stuff. I said, what the heck? I couldn't believe it. When I was hearing, I said, you can't make this stuff up.
I know.
Oh, I think I got Brother Ali here. Oh, I didn't even know. Brother Ali, is that you?
Yes, sir. In the flesh. How we doing, brothers? How we doing,
Ali,
everybody?
welcome aboard.
Hello, brother
Yeah,
Ali.
yeah. Hello.
Pretty-
We got the Jeet maxing picture, brother. MD, I
Yeah.
sent this picture to you, by the way.
Yes.
The same girl, by the way. Yeah. So I'm in my QB koala phase as far as the Desi. So forgive me, guys. Not trying to derail it with Desis and all that. Maybe I am. Maybe just a little bit. But the thing is, when you were talking about Son of a Man, that reminded me of the clavicular picture that I told you that I saw, where it was him and a bunch of hookers. I'm like, I could just smell like just the yeast, the foul body odor, the scent of other men. I'm like, man, that just smells so. And these girls look so mid too, man. They're just so mediocre. I don't
Yeah.
see what the rave is about, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. He definitely, it just, did you see the clip with him cold approaching a Tran?
I have not seen that. I don't really watch his stuff,
Oh,
but I mean, I won't be surprised.
yeah.
That's a big shock right there.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking for it now because I sent it to Mr. Rex. Let me see. Because I had it.
Yikes.
Yeah, I sent it to Mr. Rex.
Big yikes.
Okay, let me copy it.
You got it. Okay.
Yeah, and then I'll send it to Brother Ali because I got his email here.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna reply
I'm
to your last email. So the one
you saw that picture.
the one with Scribe and Tupac. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That might summon him.
Yes, it just reminded me of Scribe. You know that white dude next to Tupac.
That is
that's gotta be Scribe, man.
bro.
Hey,
That's
much love to Scribe, though.
Yeah, I
Much
hope
love
he's
to-
doing all right,
listening.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can only hope that he comes back on and everything's all right. He knows he can just hop on because he has the access. But yeah, I just sent it to you. It's clavicular approaching, and I mean, it's so funny because he's doing his cold approach, and the dude is like, "What's that?" And as he starts to walk away, it's like, "Oh, don't walk away!" And the security guard is in the back. I mean, it just. And then somebody was saying in the comments like, "Oh, he's just walking away because the camera's on," and it probably is true. It's on It's a clip from Facebook. That's somebody.
Yeah,
had
no
sent
doubt, no doubt.
And-
So
yeah.
like,
MD?
you might look. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
I just wanted to ask one question to MD, Brother Ali. So I'll just ask MD one question, then you can.
Yeah, go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, you had told a long time ago on Smash TV that women have very strong intuition. They can make out that something is wrong with the person when they see him only. With these dating coaches, the women, when they saw them, they themselves, like with the strong intuition, were able to analyze that these people are not normal mentally. They have a lot of issues. Better to stay away from them. You're right, MD. Women, their intuition is pretty strong actually compared to males.
Yeah, they need to have that. They need to have that because it's like there's studies with rats and mice where the females can detect genetic weaknesses, so they won't mate with certain males if they have a weakness. They showed this in a movie in fiction, that movie Species. So the woman, she wants to mate. She played by the blonde actress. I forgot her name, mediocre blonde. And the guy, when she gets there, they show like needles in the bathroom. So he was a diabetic, and she changed her mind. And she's like, no. And he's like, they're in the apartment. He tries to force himself. So she ends up ending him because she's, an alien.
Natasha Henstridge. Her name is Natasha Henstridge. Yeah, she's a Canadian.
Yeah, she's she's so. I think the blondes that I showed with Jamie Presley might be a little prettier. As far as my type, like Jamie, none of these are great, but the two on the left, I would say, are better than the two on the right. Anne Hathaway ain't bad, but she ain't great, but she's, competing.
Yeah, I mean, she ain't great either, but hey, I love Brunette too, man. I co-sign on that, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There we go.
Yeah, she's definitely.
There we go.
I mean, some pictures, I guess she's older now. She looks, it's a little, she can get a little weird looking, but she's not a bad looking girl. She's not a bad looking girl at all. But the whole dating thing, I figured with the clavicular. I mean, when I saw that thing with him with the walking up on that, and then they're basically harassing people now. Like there was one, I didn't save it, but they were walking up with, like, they'd have 3 security guards, and they would have, I forgot the other guy's name. He wears shades with him. He takes this guy around now. And they're walking up to guys with girls, trying to pick up their girls with the boyfriend right there.
That sounds like something off a pornographic movie, my friend. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? That sounds like I'm trying to be careful how I say it. I don't want to get your stream canned, but that sounds like bros banging on stuff, the guy's trying to say, hey, we'll engage in such and such an activity with your girlfriend or fiance for such and such amount of dollars. That's
Yeah,
what it
well,
reminds me of, just you saying that.
yeah, it's got that vibe. The boyfriends seem to get very angry, like to the point of wanting to fight,
Right.
and then the
Mhm.
security steps in. So they'll have like three.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're really pushing the envelope. And I didn't know about it until whatever had showed a clip. And that's how it popped up. And I was like, oh, so I guess whatever is starting to comment because I guess maybe they want traffic because some people were saying that they they were trying to commend them for calling it out, but also I mean, they have their own stuff. Andrew Wilson surprisingly still gets a pretty big audience on the Crucible. It pops up in my feed where they'll have like 3,000 people watching or something. It's like, wow. But he's not really talking about much. His
Mhm.
wife, when that girl destroyed him on whatever, his wife called in and started ragging on the girl. And it
Mhm.
just was very, very low, like quality. Yeah, he just,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
crazy. But I was gonna say, going back to clavicular, like I get the guys get mad about, some random dude approaching like your girl and all that. And I'm not condoning any of that. I'm not condoning cuckoldry either. I just want to get
Mhm.
that clear. But I'm gonna say if your girl is up for whether it's the attention or she wants to hop on the sandwich like that, hey, she's not for you, man. Move on to the next one. Next, next,
Exactly.
next, next. Yeah, just move on. Don't get me wrong. I like the girl I'm with right now, but I'll tell you what, if fate forbid stuff don't work out, I'm gonna go back to a Desi girl, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm gonna go back to the Desis.
yeah. No, I hear you. The thing was,
Oh,
in some of the clips, the girls were actually like walking away, like trying to get away from the
right.
guy, and they were pursuing, and that's when the boyfriend would step in, like, "Hey,
Mhm.
man, leave my girlfriend alone." So I
Yeah,
didn't see.
absolutely.
Yeah, she definitely wasn't receptive to them. She was actually like, repulsed, and somebody, I think, whatever, doing the commentary was like, "Look, this is she's clearly not interested," and rejected him. And then he kept trying and trying, and it was Clavicula's friend, but then Clavicula's sitting there laughing and all, and I'm saying that's not cool. I said you mess with the wrong guy, and his girlfriend is clearly showing that she's not interested. She's loyal to her boyfriend. It could go a different way, and it just yeah, it wasn't cool. It wasn't cool what they were doing. It was like very like pushing people to that
Yeah, just
limit.
all for views too. And that's the thing too, like I've noticed about like Gen Z and Gen Alpha is like they have this emotional psychological react bait. I mean, all generations have it. I'm not saying just it's
Hmm.
exclusive to the
Yeah.
younger people, but I've noticed like the younger generations tend to be more about that reaction. I've noticed
Yeah.
a lot of that stuff. And it's like that's the thing is that the more you feed into it, the worse it's just really gonna get. That's why I just
Yeah.
stay away from all these guys, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Yeah. They definitely, that's why, like Mr. X was saying, it's like stay out of the dating sewer. And it's like,
Oh
if
yeah.
I was doing better as far as saying, okay, I can afford to sit there and do it again. Yeah, I would probably, I don't think there's much left because it's not the same. Everybody like kind of
No.
self-destructed. I think people started getting smarter. I mean, once they exposed Dirty Eddie's wife, and like what you said with CGA, I mean, that's horrible to say that about his own mother. It's like,
I know that. I thought it was just really just disgusting to
oh,
hear that. I mean, I understand that, but still, that's your own mother. You know what I
exactly. It's
mean?
like Yeah, regardless
Yeah.
what she does, that's your mother. It's like help her, take
Yeah.
care of her. Especially
Yeah.
he's making.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's made money. I mean, that's the children's grandmother. I mean, if anything, I don't know what their relationship was. Timbo, good to see you. He says Andrew's wife reminds me of the Speakeasy's children's mom. Hopped on another dude's stream after Speakeasy spurred out on him. Wow, I didn't know that, man. She debunked all his claims. Wow. So Spurgeezy's wife is I didn't know. Is she whack or because they had a picture and from the picture I was like, well, she ain't that bad. But again, pictures, when you see the person
It can be
on video,
deceiving, yeah. It's filters and all that stuff. Obviously,
yeah.
makeup there,
Yeah, and he's
Yeah.
straight like crackhead level. I mean, for himself, he's he I guess I don't know if he's cool with Rotten Tomato, Sarah and them. She's still trying to keep alive because I think she fell out of favor with Wilson and lost like 5,000 subscribers or something. I think she was like at 20,000.
I can't stand Sarah Bobera. I can't stand her, man. It's just her shows are just
it's garbage. Yeah, it's garbage city. It's Grift City too. Like she just like paying, people paying to ask questions just to, to pull somebody on the panel. And there was a video, I haven't checked this channel in a while, like Gant Pill exposed her as being like a part-time hooker.
I mean, I won't be surprised.
Yeah.
She's got that makeup. She's like one of those makeup maxers,
Yes.
Makeup maxers, MILF maxer,
Yep.
And she's got that post-wall voice too, like
oh yeah,
trying to sound seductive and sexy. Like that sounds disgusting. I'm sorry.
No,
she's not appealing,
Yeah, she's definitely got the post wall. She's got to probably be 40 at least now or 45. I mean, that's like,
man, you're scaring me, man, because she's almost my age.
wow. Yeah, she's I
She's
can't
almost
believe
my age.
yeah, I don't know who she's streaming with, but it pops up and there'll be like 10 people on the panel. And then other people will, and there'll be all guys. She'll be there.
Of course,
and
it's all guys. Of
course. Yeah. She's definitely doing sausage party. I think honestly, she could be collecting clients. It's a possibility.
Oh yeah, no doubt, man, no doubt. I mean, hey, listen, if she wants to give up the cheeks, that's fine. But I'm not doing all that work. No, thank you. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah,
I ain't doing all that work.
Yeah, and I saw one of her streams. This was last year, and somebody donated. She had a guy on there that was like 70 years old or maybe 75. He donated like $700 within it. Like it was $100, $200, $100 again. And I'm like, and he's on camera, and it's so sad because I'm like, damn, this guy's paying her just to basically talk with her, but. Who knows? Maybe there was something going on behind the scene,
Yeah, you never know. Yeah, you never know. But I've kind of noticed, like, even at work, like, I work in, metallurgy. I work in a metal shop. It's mostly male dominated, but every now and then we'll have females, and we had a quality inspector that was a younger female, like in her 20s, like early 20s too, mind you, early 20s. About the same age as my girlfriend. And I'll tell you what, I've had quote unquote older guy friends act a certain way with me, like they're trying to act like they're all alpha and tough and dominant around me when she's there, and then when she's not there, it's back to the hey, what's up, hey buddy, how you doing? It's a pathetic dog show, it reflects more on the male than it does on the female,
Yeah, it definitely does.
Yeah.
We see it with the dating coaches, big time. They try to act all tough. They've been so debunked. Like I'm glad Timbo said this, that she debunked all his claims with Spurgeezy. He goes on people's streams and tries to get, I think, their streams banned. Like when he came on Smash, we got demonetized like 2 streams later, and we couldn't piece it. Scribe suspiciously, I said it could have been Spellcaster. We weren't sure, but then he happened to see. Remember Pops? You can't fool Pops, Uncle Fester.
Yeah, I remember Pops. Yeah, I haven't heard the name in years, man. What happened to him?
Yeah, I've been looking to see if he popped up, but his son Mike, who had a stream as well, follows around Spellcaster. And Scribe was looking at something and he goes, "Hey man, you remember Pop's son?" And I go, "Yeah." He goes, "He popped up and told the guy, 'Don't let this guy on your stream.'" Like I forgot what stream it was. So he goes, maybe he got Pops's channel banned because Spellcaster's he's a pretty hateful guy. I've noticed that. Like I wouldn't let him on here. Like after that happened, he tried to pop on here and he was backstage and I was like, "I'm not letting you on." And then he started typing like, "Oh, you're afraid of me." This and I was like, "Look, say what you want. I'm not going to let you on here." And then you go and try to report it for something. He has it like down to a science. And I think people are realizing what he was doing. Like he would go around, make sure he says something on the channel, and then maybe try to strike it for either his image or something in the background that he knows YouTube might do something about. So I said, "You know what, let me play it safe." And because I had let him on here one time and I think I had to take the video down. And this was like a year and a half ago or something. And I thought he was, I didn't see the threat at first, but then when Scribe told me, he goes, "Guess who I saw?" He goes, I just happened to pop up. He goes, and I saw Mike, Pop's son. And yeah, I was wondering what happened to Pops's channel. It vanished and I didn't see Mike anymore. And, Timbo says, "That's right, MD. That very streamer I mentioned had his channel disappear shortly after Spellcaster was on." Wow, look at that. Yeah, he has it down to a science. He's like a real greasy dude, man. Very, very greasy guy. And because I remember Jailhouse Max, oh, that's what it was. When he was on here, we were talking and Jailhouse Max started leaving donations saying Spellcaster talking about house his 4 kids from 4 different baby mamas and stuff.
What the
And
heck?
yeah, he started losing
Oh,
on the stream, and I had to privatize the stream because YouTube, I had a thing. I was like, okay, let me privatize it before they're like, "Look, you either have a choice of cutting it out," and I was like, I don't know what was, I couldn't figure it out, and I said, let me just privatize it. But Jailhouse Max had triggered him. And I read it off and he got mad. He goes, "Oh, well, why are you, why'd you say that?" I said, "Look, look, anybody donates, even if they criticize me, I'm going to read it off." I said, "That's the respect to the person that's supporting the stream." And he got like really upset. He started going off. And yeah, so he's like a POS, man. He's a total piece of crap. He just do that to people's streams. But I didn't know his girl came on and debunked him. And that's funny because Rolo's wife is just Skeletor. People, I don't think, have seen Cooper, the lady I guess he married and had a kid with, the single mom, because I think he's from Canada. But
you talking about Alone in the Cars? We're Alone in the Cars.
Yeah, driving along. Yeah, exactly. Him. Andrew Wilson's wife, people seen her. She looks like a mom. She's like, she's not a skinny chick. She ain't starving. She's got some weight to her, and it just she's like she's not something that's desirable. Like, but then again, you look at Andrew Wilson he's a voice cell. He has that nasal Fran Dresser type of sound.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Like, I'm not saying this in a bad way. Like, I'm half Arabic. I've noticed a lot of people like from the Semitic, what you call Semitic areas, tend to have that nasal voice cell. I'm glad I didn't inherit it. So.
Yeah, no, you got a great voice, man.
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
it's not as good as yours. Not as good as yours, though.
Thank you, man.
Not as good as yours.
I tell you, Armor met Wally. He was a cool dude, and I tried to tell him, like, look, he just work on his voice a little more, because he was straight yellow cab. He when he spoke, it was like, whoa. And Dippin was just, I told Dippin, I said, man, you sound like Nosferatu from Dracula. You know, he's like, hey, MD, how you doing? I'm like, bro, you cannot talk to women like that. You sound like,
Yeah, it sound like Nosferatu and looks like freaking Quasimodo, bro. Like,
yes,
what the
yeah,
heck, man? Like,
yeah, he
Hunchback
got
of Notre
mad.
Dame, man. Like,
Yeah, I had told him he looks like Calibos from the first Clash of the Titans.
hey,
And
no.
he I don't know, man. He got like mortally wounded. He was angry, and I said, look, bro, you did. Then the way he talks, I said you need a full overhaul. And some of these guys aren't willing to do it. I'm like, hey, you should be lucky. You can take classes or practice, and you can change your voice a little. You can change, you know, it takes practice. But because Armour told me he spoke way worse. He used to drive a cab in Hollywood for 10 years. And he goes, people couldn't understand him at first because he speaks fluent Arabic, I think. And
Yeah.
you know, I think he was born in Alexandria, but
Okay.
very vulnerable. And you know, I tried to like let him know, you know, like, look, man, it ain't gonna happen. You're gonna have to pay. And then he you know, he was showing the girl he had in Colombia, and you know, she turned out to be a hooker. And you know, then he's like, well, she said she had a kid. Then it turned out she had 2 kids. Then I'm like, holy smokes. I'm like,
So
man.
wait, is he playing stepdaddy with that hooker?
No, actually, she rejected him. He went back.
Oh,
He was
man.
flying back to Colombia to bang a hooker with 2 kids.
It's
That was
so
like,
over. It's so over. I'm sorry.
it's so, yeah, it is so over
I'm
that it
good.
just.
I'm good.
Then he met this
Fuck.
other
Oh,
one,
sorry.
and he's showing, you know, the picture, and she had like this alien titty. It was like, is that her breast? It's like, what the? I mean, it was like, you know, just lopsided or something. And she had 2 kids, and I was like, oh my goodness. And he got her pregnant. So I said, you're going to Colombia,
Yeah.
banging chicks, hookers without condoms. And he's like, oh, well, I'm going to take a DNA test. And I'm just like, bro, I don't even know what to say to you, man.
What kind of rationale is that? I mean, even if he doesn't get them pregnant, I mean, he could catch something.
He just didn't
I'm
care.
pretty. You can't be serious.
Yeah.
What is this guy? I'm sorry, but what is he thinking?
Yeah. He just like he stayed in Mexico for like a month, and he was he showed me the picture. I think he was boasting on Koala stream with her because Koala tried to use him to try to, I guess, get back at me. And when I talked with him, he told me, he goes, oh man, she was so wet. When she got on top of me, I couldn't even feel her. And I'm like, so basically you were banging like a warm glass of water or something. I said, so it's like, what? So you didn't even feel her when she got on top of you. So, and she had 3 kids. She was from like a lower part of Mexico next to Guatemala. And then it came out that, you know, her parents were, you know, she didn't have the kids. I guess Child Protective gave the kids to the parents. And I was just like, holy smokes, man. And then he showed me one, you know, I don't know if you remember, he went to Ukraine. This was like after, like right in the middle of the war, I guess. So he was kind of like war bride maxing, trying to go over there to, you know, he showed me.
Talk about playing with your life.
Yes.
You know, war mat. You know, you're basically like, you know, you're basically ham and eggs maxing with your life. You know,
You're
just
playing a
for,
game in a war zone with missiles
yeah,
going
for
on.
some warm tuna. For some warm tuna too. Like, you can't be serious. Like,
Fuck the missiles. I'm gonna do game. Oh, sorry. Shit.
You know, the
What
killer
the
was
heck?
warm tuna that was like 50. When he
Oh,
showed me, I was like, oh my goodness, I didn't even know what to say. Like, who's that? She's a rich billionaire that divorced, and she's got all this plastic surgery. She looks like a cat. I mean, the
I know what you're
plastic.
talking about. I forget who that is.
I forgot her name. She's like a well-known, like you see her and it's like, oh my goodness, the plastic surgery is like, it's just ridiculous.
He was dating something like that?
like that. She looked kind of like that, like not as bad as that, but she was like, a 50-year-old
So he's
Ukrainian.
Granny Maxing. He's Granny Maxing in the
He was
Ukraine.
Granny Max, and then he showed me a picture. He didn't want to show it to me. I had to pry it out of him. He went to Lithuania, and when I looked at it, I was like, I don't think this is a chick. And then he tells me that, she came over and just started riding him reverse cowgirl. So I'm saying that might have been a dude, bro. And that's when I showed it to Scribe. Scribe was like, he couldn't even look at it. He goes, this is disgusting, man. And
see, my rule of thumb is if she, quote unquote, she can read your mind in 3 seconds or less, it might not be a she. I'm just saying.
Exactly.
I'm just saying.
And he, he's a nice guy. It's just, we already know nice guys finish last, but it just, I mean, he tried to act like when he, the name of the channel, the Alpha Male Lifestyle, he basically took that from, I guess, Alpha Male
AMS. You get it from AMS?
Yeah, because I'm thinking, and I didn't want to say much, and then he got into it with Brittany Venti, and she got a wind of his channel. I guess something happened, and then he gets his channel deleted. He had about 6,000 subs, and then he started another channel, got it up to 3,000, and then he's in Manhattan. He had came to Manhattan, and he's like, hey, what's up? I'm here in Manhattan. I was like, bro, I don't, it's like, well, what the hell am I gonna meet up with you? Like, what are we gonna do? Wrestle or some shit, bro? It's like, what the, you should be talking to chicks. And he starts making videos, and he starts talking about, the politics, and they banned him. So he's banned from YouTube. And then he tells me, I'm going to Canada to meet Sandman. I was like, what the hell is it with, I didn't even know what to say. And that was, he's trying, I don't know what to say. He I don't even know if he's in the States still, because I think he was going back to Colombia to, he bought like a scooter and started like a little scooter rental thing. And I'm just like, so, I said, Colombia, you don't know anybody there.
So,
I said,
all that for warm tuna, right? Yeah, all that for warm tuna. So, you're going to be making Colombian pesos instead of making American dollars, or even, let's say, in Europe. If you live in Europe, euros, right? Or Canadian dollars, you're going to be making pesos for some used warm tuna that a lot of guys have already partaken of. Like, seriously? Come on, man.
Yeah. Yeah, and acting like it was a thing. He was pushing me, saying, "Hey, you need to come to Ukraine." And he had like a,
forget the bombs. Come to Ukraine.
Yeah, and it was like in a hotel, or no, it was an apartment building that had like a cafe, and I think it was like $500 a month for the cafe. And I was like, "Wow, that's not bad." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm thinking about getting," and I said, yeah, but I said, are there any people I said, that's in Ukraine. And then he had went to Romania, he went to Moldova, and he drove a car from Moldova to Hungary. And he was telling me, so I'm like, damn, you're going all over these places and you're not getting laid. It's like, what are you doing? And he sends me a picture. He's in a bar with a chick and a guy. And he goes, oh, yeah, if you play the long game here, you can. And I'm like, long? What the hell is
the long game? He could have just done that back in the States. He could have just done that long game stuff in the States. Instead of going all over the world for the long game. For what?
Yeah, I know. I think he was looking like what Dippin, when he was on the floor on Base Pluto stream saying he wants love, like groveling around on the floor drunk. And Base Pluto, right. Yeah, I think that's what, Armor, it's sad because I guess the guy, kind of like Koala is so hard trying to get these girls on camera. And I don't know if you saw where the girls she likes money. Gamp Hill destroyed, with the video he made about it. And I was just like, holy smokes. I said, these guys are like falling in love with low level hookers and
I mean, I don't remember all that stuff, but I do remember Koala snuggling up to a chick that looks like it might be Brad in the past life.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And then we start seeing the pattern because Toilet Paper, his prodigy, the guy that got the channel, he talks about he got fooled by a dude and he's making out. Yeah. And I'm like, what the heck?
Is that just a coincidence, right, MD? Is that a coincidence? I don't think so.
Definitely not a coincidence. He was trained by Koala and that was, Koala was probably telling him, look, man, and the crazy thing was he said he was kissing the who he thought was a girl, and then he started moving his hand around, and that's when he grabbed on and must have felt, a pair. And he said I was like, holy smokes.
He's not even embarrassed about it, really. It's not like a big deal.
I think they're looking for other guys that are going to be okay with that.
Exactly.
And that was, the crew. And that's how they get their crew. And I give it to Armor. When he met Koala in Mexico, he kind of knew that was when he had never, ever been with a hooker. So Armor was still thinking he's going to get a chick to have sex with him like regular. And I'm like thinking in my head, I doubt that's ever going to happen on planet Earth. I doubt that.
Mars, maybe.
And he was smart enough to notice because Koala, they went out to rent 4-wheelers in Mexico, Baja, Mexico, right? Or where Baja, California is. And Koala wanted him to pay for the girls' 4-wheeler, and Armor didn't want to. So Koala's telling me, hey, man, your friend is over here arguing with the lady. It's $54 and he's trying to get it for $50. He goes, and the girls, looking at it like, and I said, look, bro, this ain't got nothing to do with me. I said, you guys, you claiming you doing something in Mexico. I told him you can go down and meet, QB. So that's, hey, that's on you. And then he goes, they QB pays for the other girl, his girl, and him for those 3 ATVs, and Armor gets on his. And then he goes, yeah, we go to the bar later that night. He goes, and Armor shows up wearing the same stuff he had on when we were on the ATVs. So I didn't even know. And he goes, yeah, and he goes, and he doesn't drink, so he got the water or whatever. I said, well, so
wait, is he Muslim? Is he Muslim by chance?
Yeah. Armor at that time, Armor was very devout. When he goes to the country, he's looking for the mosque. He's on the carpet 5 times.
Okay. Never mind. I'm not even gonna go there. But anyway.
Yeah, whatever you want to say, bro. Whatever.
Okay, no, I was saying I'm not trying to dump a bunch of dung on your friend and all that, but it's like, okay, so you're gonna basically girl max or trans max, whatever, or both, whatever. But you're not gonna drink max. I'm sorry, but
yeah. Well, at the time,
I don't understand. I get it, but I don't.
Yeah. Well, at the time, he was still trying to say, okay, it's against his religion to be with a hooker. So at the time, and he thought that he was meeting a regular girl from Koala, right? Like his girlfriend's girl. And that's when they showed me the pictures, Koala, and I said, these girls look like working girls, I said, but, I could be wrong. And then Armor kind of sensed it. He goes, I think, he didn't want to do it. So I'm like, all right, that's you. And then he stayed in Mexico for like a month. Nothing. So I'm like, damn, this guy is just trying. I'm like, so you think that what girls are going to come? I guess he thought girls are going to come up and say, oh, you're from America. They want to sleep with him. That's the vibe I kind of sense like, okay, so you think you're going to go to another country, but as soon as you open your mouth, they're not going to think you're American, because you don't have like you, Brother Ali, would go somewhere that, you could pass, you have a great voice. Armor, he's, even though he's tall and stuff, he doesn't have the right ratio because he has very wide hips, as far as, I don't know what it is with him. He's a big guy, but it's like not a good type of big, It's
Yeah,
like,
Arab women have big, and I'm not gonna be honest, I'm not complaining about that, but that's another topic for another day.
yeah,
But I
yeah,
was
he
gonna
has like
say,
the
like, sorry,
he
go
has
ahead.
like
What? I'm sorry.
he has the bowling pin shape, kind of like that, like kind of bowling pin. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
A lot of
yeah.
Arab women have that body shape. You know what I mean? It's I like that, but I don't know if that's good in a guy.
Oh yeah, no,
you know?
no. Women, yeah, your shoulders have to be wider than your hips, if you're a guy. It
Right,
just,
exactly,
so he
exactly.
didn't, and he's a big guy. I thought, okay, this guy's, maybe gonna, I thought he was more experienced than he was, and then I realized that
Right.
no, he doesn't know. He needed like, Koala was, I guess, the wrong person to send him to, and because I was like, I'm not gonna go hang out, so it just,
No.
yeah, it was sad. And then when I told him about, I said, look, I might go to Panama to talk with Scribe, and he immediately came out and was like, oh, I got a harem system and this and that. And we were like, look, man, we don't want you really hanging out with us. Like, we kind of, Scribe
Harem
was,
system.
yeah, yeah. When he said
Wait,
Scribe was,
is this real, right? Is this real, right?
yeah, I couldn't believe it. Scribe was like, I can't believe it. And Scribe goes, look, man, if he comes to Panama, he goes, I am not, he goes, he goes, that's crazy. And I said, yeah, I said, he's definitely full of it. It's like, so you're telling us you got a harem system because
Oh
we
no.
can get chicks. It's like, bro, we can't have you around us. It's like, you're going to, we couldn't tell him that you're going to be like a chick repellent or something. They're gonna look at us as weird, saying, "Hey, what are you doing hanging with this guy?" And it was
Sounds
a,
like Fantasyland to me. Harem
yeah,
system. That sounds
a
like
harem.
fantasy to me,
He
man. I
thought
mean,
he thought he was gonna get us to introduce him to be like, oh, this guy, and we were like, bro, we ain't even trying to. It's like, look, this is us. This is not you. And then I guess Koala and them convinced him to go to Colombia by himself. He figured that, oh, he'll just go to Colombia, and that's when he met the chick that was like she was like, I guess, Afro Colombian. She combed her hair straight, but she was like 40 and whack, and it just I didn't even know what to say,
Do you
man.
think something happened to him in Colombia? Because, Colombia's it's pretty dangerous, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought it. I guess somebody got over on. Like, he bought a scooter. I think he paid 2 or 3 grand. I was like, man, I just don't get it. Then I think he invested in like a small shop, and that's
no
when he
way.
met the Venezuelan girl, who I guess was over there, the one with the alien titty, and she, he showed me a picture, and I'm like, oh my goodness, it's like, what the, and he's acting like
See,
it's
that's
a
the
big.
thing. See, that's the
Hmm?
thing about going to these other countries, and I don't mean to be rude and all that stuff to you or to even our friend here, but like, if you're gonna like live in a third world or even a fourth world country, right, and you're gonna make your own business and all that stuff, you better have a lot of whatever money you've had from the West, dollars,
Yeah.
euros, Swiss francs. You better have a lot of that stuff. You know what I mean? So I don't know his financial situation. I can't judge. I don't know him really from
Yeah,
a
his
can of
It
paint,
parents
must
but
got
not
like,
be
money.
very good. It must not be if you want a
oh,
$500 place in the Ukraine. It must not be very
so you
good, and
say
that's no way to
so his
travel.
parents are
That's no
wealthy,
way to
right?
travel.
Okay.
Yeah, his parents are wealthy, but he can't get money while they're living. So if they
Yeah, I'm
cash,
in the same boat. I'm in the same
yeah,
boat, by the
yeah,
way. My dad, when I was in my 20s, he was like, "Hey, son, you need to be a man. You need to make your own keep, and you need to stand up for yourself. I can't just give you money like you're still a child. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I won't see my dad's money until he's, bye bye.
Mhm.
So I'm in
Yeah.
the same boat. I'm in the same boat.
Yeah.
I get
And
it. I get that.
yeah, so
I
he's
get that.
yeah, because I tell him, I said the same thing, with I said, look, at least if something happens, he's going to be taken care of, I guess. But until that
Right,
happens,
right.
he's like,
Yeah.
doing DoorDash and
If you're mixing with the locals, I mean, if you're mixing with
oh,
the dirt,
it's
you're
all
asking for trouble. And
yeah,
those countries,
yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous. It's off the chain. I know people have gone there, gotten held up and robbed.
Well,
By
yeah,
cops, by
Oh
cops.
yeah. Same.
yeah.
Yeah. Same.
Well, oh,
Yeah.
he fell asleep in Mexico, had his window open, and somebody, I think, tried to snatch the cell phone from inside the car. Like, I guess he had it. Then he goes out at 2 a.m. and he tells me, he goes, look, they tell you not to go because of the cartels. And he runs into a roadblock and he had to drive in reverse. And he goes, yeah, man. He goes, I said, what are you, nuts, man? So then, and this is before he went to Colombia. This was when he went on his own rogue for Mexico after the koala. So then he goes to Colombia, and he I guess they he must be giving people a little money or letting them rip them off. I mean, who's going to pay? I think it was $2,000 or $3,000 for a scooter, and he's like, oh yeah, we're going to rent it over here. And I'm
I
like,
bet he got scoped. I bet he got scoped.
he could have, and then he did like some little restaurant thing there. And when he was back in Florida, he goes, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna head back out to Colombia, and I just sent my Afro Latina girl $50 to see if she." And I'm like, "You sending this freaking chick money?" I was like, "What the hell is wrong?" And he's like, "Oh, so when I get there, she's gonna have stuff lined up for me." And I'm just like, I didn't even know what to say at that point. I was just like,
What
you know
the
what,
heck?
bro?
MD,
Yeah. Mhm.
how are you able to intuitively perceive that Amar's case is not going to end well with women from the beginning? Like, it's like you knew the whole thing was going to not work out with him, but how are you able to make out so well that this isn't just going to work out at all with regards to him attracting women? Like, the way you spoke,
Mhm.
it's like the details that you've given. I myself am shocked. I thought he was like black pill, very black pill, but
No. Yeah. When I met him in Manhattan, I told him, I said, look, I do research at the museum. I'm a veteran for the U.S. Army. I said, I have a card. I said, in the summer, I can get into the museum for free and I can bring people with me. So I said, if you meet me at the museum, I said, I'll get you in for free. So he was like, okay. Now I had made the app. I had the app on my phone that I made for another client, which was the dictionary app, right? So this is when he was alpha male strategy lifestyle, so I seen the channel, and I think he might have been a plant for Hammer Queen. This is what somebody told me years later, and I was like, you know what, he might have been. So I'm at the museum, and he once I see him, it was like, he's about 6'3". I'm 6'1", so we were very similar in height. But he had this knapsack on that was like, it looks small because he's big. He's like maybe 260, maybe 250, 260, but like a big, like a big child, because he's got the bowling pin, and when I see him, he just the way he was dressed, and I was like, oh man, I was like, it is over, and he combs his hair straight, and he doesn't have what women are gonna really be running for. So when we're in the museum, I have my camera, I show him the app, and he's like, oh, he sees it, and then he's like, hey, there's this chick over here is like kind of looking at you, and I was like, yeah, all right, great. And then he's noticing when I'm taking pictures of some of the artifacts, he goes, yeah, this chick over here is kind of like just lingering around. I was like, yeah, it happens. I said, I come here, and he was like, I noticed he was like acting like it was a big thing, like he was very thirsty, and I'm like, well, these are okay looking chicks, but this ain't nothing. I'm taking pictures, so usually I guess it was in the summer. I had a tank top. I was in decent shape, and he's heavier, definitely, but he has like a big like Care Bear, like that type of like a big stuffed animal type of kind of look. And I just kind of knew, like, the way he talked, the way he was, like, he goes, oh, if we go out to the club, we would slay. And I was like, man, I ain't never going to the club with you, bro. I was like, just, and I didn't want to say it to him because, he was a very friendly guy. And I go, look, I'm going to head back to Times Square to Penn Station to catch the train because he was going to Westchester right above the Bronx. So we went downtown to like 28th Street or something. There was like a place, Beer Burger. They sell like all types of different natural burgers. And we ate something. And then he goes, hey, I'll split the cab with you back, and I was like, all right, cool. And then that was it. And, he went back to Westchester. And then, I went home and we spoke. I think it was Skype. We used to talk on when it had Skype a little bit, and the cell phone, because I had another cell phone. And then I think like a month or two later, he goes, I came to New York when I was there. The reason we met up was because he had went to, like, I think he had been married and he got divorced. I think he spoke about it on his channel. His cousin hooked him up and he showed me a picture online, and I go, wait a minute. So you married a girl that was 25. It was an arranged marriage, and he had to get it nullified in New York City. I guess, I don't know, maybe they got married there. I didn't know about all the details. But the girl was 25 and she was like a nail. She was in the beauty industry. So I was like, okay, right there, she's loose. Any girl in the beauty industry, it's just like it's like it's kind of like when you hear a girl's a hairdresser or a nail salon, you already know.
Or nurse or teacher. That's another
exactly.
one.
Yeah, the stereotype. So it's clearly.
Oh yeah.
And his cousin is like a straight grifter. He used to talk about it. He grifted him for 10 grand in Egypt. They had a business, but then I found out it was 20 grand later on. And so he goes, yeah, I had to come there to do that. And I was like, I go, so wait, you married her? I said, and you divorced her in a month. I said, what happened? And he goes, oh, they only had sex like 6 times. And I was like, oh, brother. And the first time I guess her girlfriend and her had a falling out. Like the first time he goes, she got like a rash. She had to like, get some cream or whatever. And her girlfriend, like when she got into an argument, exposed her and said, oh, she had hymen reconstruction surgery before the wedding. And I was like, oh man. I didn't even know what to, it just kept getting like, I was like, wow, your cousin was trying to set her up with you because they probably were trying to get some of your, I guess, inheritance or whatever, because his family owned some real estate in Florida. And I'm just like, wow. So that's why, because he said that he was going to be in New York. I said, well, I'm going to be at the museum. I said, if you're in New York, we'll meet up. So that's how that worked. But then later on, I think 2 years later or something, somebody was saying online, I heard them on another stream, Space, and some of those other guys, they were saying that he was sent by Hammer Queen to find out who I was. So I was like, it might be true, it might not be true. But then I asked him, I said, hey, are you in touch with Hammer Queen? He goes, oh yeah. He goes, I spoke with him. So then things started adding up. And then he would always tell me, hey, I'm coming back to New York. And I'm like, I'm busy. So I was like, I ain't never gonna, it ain't happening. And he just, that's how I knew, just to answer Azarun's question. It just kind of, when you see somebody, you know,
That really is the sewer, MD. It really is. So I understand completely why you want nothing to do with it. I understand.
yeah. And another thing too, when I showed him the app that I had on my phone that we had built for the dictionary, next thing he did was open up the website MTV, you know, the MTAL TV. So I was like, wow, he just like in a way tried to copy the app, like the idea, not exactly what I did, but same way like he seemed to copy Alpha Male Strategies thing, and you know, I guess call himself Alpha Male Lifestyle, AML, which it's like once you hear that, it's like you're trying a little too hard, you know. It's like alpha male, you know, it's like, you know, it's like what alpha males don't really say they're alpha males, I guess, you know. Even self, I'm just like, I don't buy into it really. Like that was the 21 Closets thing, trying to sell guys like, you know, calling guys beta and alpha. And I'm like, well,
Yeah, I saw 21 Closets channel. It seems to be pretty dead now.
oh
Like,
yeah, he
there's
fell off.
no new material. Yeah, no new material in years, and that's like this, you know, this like short, skinny, cell looking guy. I'm like saying that, you know, he's the president of the Manosphere. I'm like, what? Like,
Yeah.
who appointed
21
you, dude?
Johnsons. 21
Who
Johnsons.
freaking appointed you, bro?
He tried to tell me once he was on stream with John Anthony, and I jumped in the chat. This was like maybe 2020 or 2021, like probably like right around the cusp. And he goes, "Hey, you want to jump on?" And when I jumped on, that was the only time I think I was on one of his things. And he goes, "Yeah, don't you think the sphere needs a president?" And I was like, "Nah, not really." You know, and I think I might have mentioned like a president gets voted in, right? You know, you can't like declare yourself, something like that. But I said, yeah, I said, I don't think so. I said, I think that, you know, guys should think for themselves. Like, even though I'm cool with MOT, MOT tries to call himself the president of the Black Manosphere. And I'm like, what the heck is, you know, it's like, why would you, you know, it just, what, it just shows, yeah.
It's an insane asylum, is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's like saying you're the president of the asylum. It's like, so you're the, you know, it's like, what the heck? So I don't know if he was cool because MOT was pretty cool. I went on his stream and, you know, he was, you know, he interviewed me about the 48 Laws of Dating, the Black Pill book on a different stream. And I don't get where, you know, the guys, why they would do that. Like, I guess it's kind of like if you're trying to say you're the leader, if you got to say, and it's like, I'm not trying to be the leader. It's like, well, what am I? I just went on there. You know, I didn't even mean to start the channel like that. It was basically for the app. And then I was like, okay, this app, when I talked to the guy, I said, I don't think this is the best idea. So I started doing like different stuff. And I left it to this. I actually had to take it down because of Hogwood. He was complaining to Apple. And I was like, shit. I said, let me take this down before they delete the account, because I had an Apple developers account. And which you got to pay like $110 a year or something. It's probably more now. And I had a Google developer account too, which I think is still active. But I was just like, you know, I started noticing that these guys would get mad for any criticism, because I had in that app, I had ITV in there. He gave me permission to use his voice. Black Ram, I wrote him. He gave me permission to use his voice. There was a few other guys. I forgot Bullets for Teeth. He turned out to like kind of be kind of angry and all of that. He had beef with Hammer Queen. So like I got to like kind of, because I was going to put like, it was going to be like a directory of everybody from the sphere on dating and stuff. But then I realized, I said, none of these guys get along. They complain about women too much. And I don't think they're straight. So I started seeing that, yeah, like too late. I was just like, wait a second. And then once I started critiquing people, when I saw their response, You know, because I could take criticism, I can dish it out, but I can also take it. You got to be able to take it. It's like people donate and they're like, hey, hey, thank you for the donation. Just as long as it ain't a racial slur, a threat, or doxing. It's like, you know, if you tell me, hey, I don't like, you know, whatever, fine, I'll read it off. And thank them for the donation. But when I had CGA in there, but I never spoke with him directly, because I remember one time I jumped in his chat because I saw him go from 10,000 subscribers like late 2020. I think he came in 2020, and before the end of the year he hit 10,000 subscribers, and he kept growing and growing, and I didn't keep track of him. It just kept getting bigger. Same thing with Better Bachelor. I think it was November 2020. Some actor he talked to, he got 20,000 subs in a month. And then his thing started growing. I think he's still at like 350, 400,000 subs. So he made a lot of money. He made like $1 million in a year. Wow. Like I remember Armor would be tracking a lot of like, okay, you know, Azrun, you had something?
Yeah, MD, you're very perceptive actually. Like you're able to make out with Amar's body movements only something is wrong, and by the way they were able speaking itself, you're able to make out something is wrong. Like this power of intuition, you inherited it from your mother. Like your mother must have been very perceptive. I think like her intuition must have been very strong, MD. Like the way you're able to pick up so many things just by looking at this, it's pretty amazing actually. And it's also a bit scary because like it shows how many people are not normal actually.
Yeah, no, I don't think it was from my mother. I think I inherited kindness and compassion from her. My father was very like he was very good with women. Like I know, and I would say how, because my father was shorter and a lot shorter too. Like my mother would always say, I prayed for a tall son. Because they had
how tall was your dad, if you don't mind me asking?
Man, it's brutal, bro. He was 5'4".
Wow.
Hey, that's not as bad compared to my dad. My dad's like 5'2".
Yeah,
oh wow! I didn't. Wow. I mean, I used to ask my mother. I used to be like, "Please, are you sure?" And she's like, "No." She goes, you know, she was very like, you know, they were arranged. So she was like a very like religiously good woman, and I never saw her after they got divorced when I was about 8. She was never with anybody. She just took care of her grandkids, my sister's kids. She was just like the Virgin Mary, basically. I was just, you know, and just basically just was angry at my father, I guess, from because all my siblings are older. So I you know, my father was like, he was just he worked for American Airlines, and when I stayed with him in Texas for like 10 months, I was 15. Every freaking like 2 weeks, he'd have a different white lady over. I'm like, God damn, how the hell is this guy? Like, he was just like smashing. But again, this is the 80s. So, yeah. You know, there was no internet and stuff. And he had a very good voice. He had a good jawline. He was, you know, he had like a stocky build. He just, I don't want to say the gift of gab because I know it's more than that, but he just, I don't know what it was, man. And I guess the intuition, I didn't have it always, Azrun. I was actually like kind of, if I look back, I was kind of stupid. I was just like, I liked learning a lot. So a lot of girls that I went out with, there were times where I went out in my 20s and my teens and, you know, we'd eat dinner and nothing would happen. And then there were many times that I didn't have to go out with dinner. And then I'd have sex with girls. And I didn't put that together until like, I would say like my mid to late 20s. And I started, you know, like I realized that it was easy for me to get girls. Like girls would approach me. They would, like one time we were walking, I was about 17 with a couple of other friends. And it was like, I think it was Halloween night. And this Puerto Rican chick, Keo, she was like, she like say, hey, like, you know, and we were like, oh shit, you know, like, yo, who's that chick? And she goes, I want to talk to your friend. And it was like 4 of us and they were like, who? And she goes, the tall one. So I was the tallest one at the time, and I went over, and basically that's how I hooked up with her. So it was like I didn't put it together at the time, and then my mother would always say, "Oh, I prayed for a tall son," blah blah blah, and then I realized, like, my sister would be like, "Hey, my friend likes you, in the Bronx," and I'd hook up with her. In the military, guys would hook me up with chicks. They'd be like, "Hey, I got a girlfriend, and she's got a friend." So it was kind of like, as I started to think later on, I was like, "Wow." I started to put it together, and I said, "Yeah, I guess." I guess intuition grows. So basically, to answer that, as Varun, if you're there, I think Brother Ali had to hop off. Disney K said, "Describe go." No, I no, Scribe is straight, bro. Scribe, as far as I know, I mean, cool dude. Scribe gets chicks. He's
Hopefully everything comes to pass. You know what I mean? They just
yeah. I mean, I still look at him as a brother, man. I hope everything's cool with him. Yeah, Scribe gets chick. He's shown me pictures, videos, and stuff. Scribe is slaying some pretty girls, man. There's no doubt about it. He's got his niche. He's definitely got his niche. You're talking chicks that guys wouldn't even believe. They would just start hating. Like, it's like he's gotten some very, very pretty girls. Azrun, was that answer your question fully?
Yeah. Thank you, MD. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, man. It just
Yeah.
I figure, describe what
be honest. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
No, I was just gonna be. I gotta be honest with you. Ever since you've been kind of going solo a little bit, the streams have been a lot better. You know what I mean? You're carrying it, and
Wow.
I think that's what makes the difference. Because in the past, you get a guys that just blabber on. Who's that one guy? I forget who he was. He was like a cuck kind of. Jake would always make fun of him. He had his own channel, but it never went anywhere.
MH, Matt Henry?
MH, yeah, MH, that guy,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, that guy was just sleep-inducing. Forget it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was hoping Jake didn't make fun of him because he said his mother was trafficked. So, yeah, and I try to tell Jake, like, look, man, this guy's been through a lot, man. You shouldn't really, he would call him blue closet and stuff like that. Because
and that can get your channel into trouble. I mean, I like Jake. He brings some entertainment, but he doesn't know to stop, and you're gonna ruin the stream. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get the stream demonetized, so it's a liability.
There was a really cool guy that used to be on the stream with us called TRP.
I remember him. I think I remember him.
Yeah, I think it was the Red Pill Experience, something like that. That what it stood for. I mean, this guy was so cool. And I think they threatened to dox him, all of this stuff, and he had to leave. And he had a channel, and he had MH on it. And Scribe went on there and said a few things, and he got MH he triggered him. And that's when he said, oh, he did everything, that he even banged, other, non-hetero, like the T-Rexes. And
who's this?
This was MH.
MH did that. Okay.
Yeah. So Scribe pulled it out of him, and I was just like, wow, Brother Ali, bro. Thank you for the support, brother. He says, it's great to talk with y'all. Much love, brother. Thank you, bro. Much love for you, Brother Ali. It's always a pleasure speaking with him, man. Great voice too, man. Brother Ali is on, he's on point, man. Yeah. I mean, Scribe pulled it, he spoke with him. TRP eventually, I don't know what happened to his channel. And MH, he had been through a lot. He had 4 kids. He was very honest. The guy, he definitely, needs therapy, like mental stuff. But I hope he's doing well. I really do. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I hope he's doing well too. I hope everything works out for him. But at the same time, you got to keep the stream entertaining. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you're going to lose listeners. People are just going to drift away. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, he was. I forgot who else he associated with, but I think he ended up. He wanted to do acting and stuff, and you know, he'd been through a lot. That's why, like, the guys that have been through trauma, I'm like, yeah, we got to treat them well. We got to show them. I don't think there's any helping a lot of them because they've been through so much. Armor, he's a cool dude, but we already know it's like you can't, you know, he's following like, and this is why I say these other guys, they can lead them astray and it can hurt them a lot more if they think, you know, oh, they're alpha male, or, you know, now they're, you know, MTOW or something like that. And it's like, no,
It's
that ain't
stupid. It's so stupid. I'm sorry.
yeah,
It's just like I'm alpha now. Like, come on, man, give it
yeah,
up.
yeah.
This is
It's real.
stupid.
And Closets, 21 Closets had a lot to do with destroying a lot of dudes, you know, the
Yeah.
whole, you know, Steve the Dean, Milk Dud.
Oh gosh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and I think they're still streaming. I haven't seen them pop up, but him and Lucario were charging like 4,000 a month, like 4,000 for the course, I guess. What they were, and they would have streams saying, you know, you got to pay to learn the game, and it's like because Lucario's in Brooklyn. Jawara that used to come on, he's like, hey man, you know, you might run into Lucario in Brooklyn. I'm like, well, you might really think I give a shit, you know? Yeah, it's like it ain't me running into, it's him running into me. It's like you looking at it a whole different way. I said, ain't none of these guys threatening me. And I think that's what they didn't understand, where facing LMS and ITV, they thought I was like just some programmer in my 20s, you know, like making apps. And then when they heard me, they go, oh, snap. They said, you're different. They said, you need to do a live stream. And then me and Tony Snow got really cool because he helped me out. He's the one that told me about the Bernard Riley stream. And I still talk to Tony Snow today. He's still a cool guy, man. Really cool, brother.
Right, he's been on too. Tony Snow has been on, but like none of them, like including myself, you know, we don't overtalk you. We don't try and grab a hold of the stream and blabber nonstop because that destroys the quality of the stream.
Yeah.
Like usually when I talk, I'll follow it up with a question for you to answer. You know what I'm saying? So so you're still in control of the stream because that's what people want to hear.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
And I know that. I'm not here to boost my ego and take over the stream. No. But I think in the future, just keep a leash on people. You know what I mean? To try to do that, and I think you'll be fine. It'll get viral eventually. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just get the time.
Oh yeah, definitely. I appreciate it. Yeah, Tony Snow. Yeah, he's always been cool. Helped me out a lot. ITV. You know, we spoke a few times on email, and
he bought the books too, right? Tony Snow.
Yeah, Tony Snow, definitely.
There you go. That's the gauge. That's the measure of who's loyal and who isn't.
He bought them. Right. Base Pluto. He bought them. He I remember he put a community post up. He bought the print of 48. And when it came, he put up, you know, a picture like, hey, it finally came. He was a cool dude, Base Pluto. He went total Doomer Preacher, I think. His channel might still be there. I tried to write him, but he didn't write back because he was always cool. And I met him through Tony Snow. Actually, the first stream I did, I think it was Dippin', Base Pluto, this Red Pill guy, and me. And Tony Snow and Jawara were in the chat, and it had like 15 people watching. And it was like, it went to like maybe 20, and within a month it was like 60, maybe 70. And then once I started criticizing people, that's when it jumped to like 150. And then when Face and LMS came on, or Bulldog, it went to like 250. I think Face, it was like 280 or something. So I didn't break 300 live. But for a small channel, you know, I think I was only at like 2,000 or 3,000 subs. You
did it on the grassroots levels. That's a major accomplishment. That's how you got to look at it. You didn't have financial backing. I mean, a lot of these guys who get big, they got major financial backing.
Oh yeah. And I was criticizing people, so it was like even harder. Like, you know, so they were like telling people not to watch me, but in doing that, people were coming over because that's how I met a few of the other guys. That's how Koala heard about me, and other.
That's how I heard about you too. Your debate with I forget the name, but Mode One guy.
Mode One. Yeah, he was on Riley. Yeah, he was on Riley's show, right? Like Bernard Riley's show.
Something like, it was Bernard Riley. That's right. Yeah, but that's how you're going to get promoted, because that's, like I said, that's how I found you out.
Yeah.
So it's once you finish your book, get on some debates. People are
Yeah.
going to find it that way. Trust
Yeah,
me.
and I think he left that channel. Tony Snow was saying that channel, I think it had over 50,000 subs. And I think he started like dating a woman and then just left it alone. And
Well,
just,
because it dies out, just like it's big in one time, and now it's dead, and then
yeah,
there's
yeah.
other
And then,
ventures to go into.
yeah. And then, the thing was, the sphere took over the years, like Mode 1 passed, he passed away. I think one of the big ones was when Kevin Samuels passed. And
Oh yeah,
nobody put it together. I didn't even think about it at the time, but like a year later or something, he was promoting the jab. And nobody, I said, man, that might be, there might have been a link there. Fresh and Fit had a falling out with him because they tried to steal his time slot. So he put them on, and then he goes, these guys betrayed him basically. But then karma came from them. So we saw what happened to Frog and Beak. Rolo, just turned into grandma with a do-rag. Driving alone in cars, it's depressing at this point. 21 Closets is just underwater. Tony Bruno, powder and nuts, stuff
right.
like that. So Tate, he destroyed himself, got beat up by a guy with pink gloves. And people started
You gotta laugh. I'm sorry, you gotta laugh.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right, bro. It just, so that's what I was telling Scribe. I said, look, the mortal wound, Alan Roger Curry. Yep, exactly, brother Ali. Exactly. Yeah, he, and his one of his proteges, like a few of the guys, he's the one that sent Aqua Dragon, and this other guy, Jermaine, I think it was, or something with a J, or DeAndre or something. I forgot his name. He had an odd name, because they were mad that I criticized him. So, so him, so there's so many people that were around that aren't around. That's why I was telling Scribe. I said, look, it's not the same. There's nobody around really. It's like we have the fragments. Like, okay, yeah, Clavicular is there, but
That's so sus, that name, Clavicular.
Yeah, it's very sus. And then the fact that he walked up on the dude trying to pick him up. So him and there's really nobody else really. Whatever podcast is like I don't even know what to call them. They're not really the only thing that's pushing them is, I guess, Andrew Wilson, and that girl just destroyed. I don't know if you ever saw that clip where she.
No, I did see it. I did see it. Yeah, that was brutal. That was brutal.
Yeah.
You get so offended by it.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think Bulldog Mindset might still be around. He might still have his channel, but
yeah, but he's kind of dead because he was riding the coattails of all the other guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they disappeared. So
yeah, I think he's doing the money grift now, like the I guess, like, trying to tell guys how to increase their finances or something.
yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, so
Tom boot maxing, basically.
Yeah, he definitely. But I think back at it, and it was, we had a great run. That year, 2020 was the year. And the early part of 2021.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah,
I was there.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, I think about some, Remy. Remy was a cool dude. Remy. I mean, Shiva and Boom Boom were cool too. But when they did the Discord, I mean, I hope they're doing well. There was a few other people. Jawara, I think, was kind of like back and forth. He was a little odd,
Mm-hmm.
And a few of the other guys. It was, yeah, they're, I have no harsh feeling toward them. I would hope that if they take any learning from what I've done is to not hold grudges, is to say, look, you can't, because I remember there was a chess master I used to play chess with years ago. I haven't played for about 10 years. And, I win a game here and there. And I told him, like, if I win a game, he'd win like 15 in a row. I mean, this guy was a bona fide chess master. He wasn't a grandmaster, but he was there. And, I was about an intermediate expert level. Like experts, some of them, I just, I wouldn't win a lot. It'd be here and there. But just the fact that you can win a game says a lot, because some guys can never win one game against them. And I asked him, I said, when guys win games against you, I said, we start like, everybody starts talking trash. I go, does it bother you or whatever? He goes, you can't. He goes, if you let it bother you, it'll eat your soul away. And I remember he told me that, this guy Darius. And I was like, wow, we'd laugh and joke and, we'd smoke joints and stuff when we played. And he was a cool dude. But again, chess can drive you insane. I think he was part Lumbee native and his father was Iranian and or Iranian. And I hope he's doing well. I think he went down to North Carolina to stay on the reservation. And racism and stuff, got to him. He saw like, he was white passing, but he would get like, he would say, man, he goes, people can be so prejudiced and stuff. I said, yeah, this is a part of life. But if I would let guys know, like, no matter what falling out you have, you got to let bygones be bygones. You don't have to be cool with the person anymore, but
Sure.
You don't got to hate them. You don't you still got to be able to laugh at it. Magic Man, Batman be Daniel Myrie, man. He used to be Myrie, 6'4". Yeah. I hope he's okay. He got very resentful. Like he was mad, like with women. Like he was it was brutal, man. People would tell me like he gives off some very scary vibes. And Coach Blackpill, he was another one. We used to talk on Skype and have great conversations. He was pretty cool. And then something happened and he just turned, man, and just got very like vicious. And, I don't know what it was. Like I remember one time he admitted to me, because he was from Australia, he liked a Japanese girl in school. And he said the other white guys treated him extremely bad. And he was afraid. Yeah, like the racism. He goes, I was afraid to talk to her anymore because they would start saying stuff. So he had confided to an extent, but then when I think he found out more, I think he got afraid. And I don't know, he might have been closet. He was definitely, he had that voice, like, I said he sounded like a female librarian or something. And
I think a lot of these guys, they're closet or they're confused. One of the two. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You see a lot of that.
Definitely, yeah, confused. But Martin Goldberg, he gave a review for the book. I remember that day I sold 20 books. And that was the most I ever sold for. And then he gave a review for the Black Pill book. And that was good. And then I think they threatened him. He took both reviews down. And then he even did a hit piece trying to like say something. And then we didn't talk anymore. I think that was back when I remember when his channel was called Economic Invincibility. And then he changed it to Martin Goldberg. And yeah, rest in peace, Bergoli, man. I hope he's all right. I heard somebody said that they saw him posting or something like that, posting on Instagram. So I don't know if if he passed, hopefully he's all right. Either way, I hope he's all right. But the one, who popped on the back stream here a couple of months ago was Street Maxer, but I didn't let him on. Twice he tried to get on.
He's channel. He doesn't even broadcast anymore. He's done.
He jumps on Rotten Tomato.
Oh, he does. Oh,
yeah. I saw him when they had 10 people on the panel, and I was like, "Wait a minute, is that Street Maxer?" He was on there with her. Yeah. He's still around. He's still around. And then I think this other guy, maybe he passed. Remember Lux Maximus?
I remember the name.
Yeah, he was the original general. And I think from taking steroids for 10 years, something happened. And he said that he spent his inheritance on hookers. Like he went over to live in like Russia or something like that, or some Eastern European country. And he was all about like taking steroids and banging hookers. And his old channel was about that, and he was very odd. He would buy women's underwear used and smell them on video. I was like, this dude is a weirdo. And
Yeah, it's the sewer. It's the sewer.
it was the suit, and they were loving him. I mean, people were Dallas Luxmaxer and all the guys that used to be on my stream. They ran over to him, and then when he gave up his position to Street Maxer, and that's when I saw Dallas Luxmaxer over there as a mod, and that's when I saw Lasagna La Closet over there as a mod. And then when La Closet came to our stream, he said that Street Maxer got mad at him and demodded him because he was hanging with us. And yeah, so he was back and forth. Harkey, Harvey Weinstein that used to come on the Neckbeard. He was with us for a while. He used to come on camera, Neckbeard, Harvey. Eric Hill, he was like he was a military guy, younger black guy. I think he said he was about 5'4", and I think he might have been a plant. But yeah, I think who was the other guy? Face 5'4" from Face. I think. Oh yeah, Master Yoda. He came from Faces. I haven't seen Master Yoda in a while.
No, I don't think he's been posting any videos either.
Yeah, I hope he's all right. Yeah, he's always been cool. Yeah,
he's one stand-up guy, Master Yoda. That's for sure.
Yeah, he definitely he keeps it real. But yeah, that whole crew, if they learned anything, it would be like, enjoy life, have fun, laugh, don't hold grudges. Just if you don't want to hang out with somebody, don't. But don't be angry with them. Like,
Yeah, I could see if they stole from you or they did something, physically, to your family member or attacked you. But this is just nonsense. There's something to be angry about.
Yeah, they just, it's like, Azroon, you had some?
Yeah, MD. I mean, like you're mentioning so many people, like the way you're saying, like you're describing all of them. That means in the manosphere there are mentally ill people, and the people who follow them are also kind of mentally ill and confused. There are a lot of mentally ill people out there than MD, like that. Oh yeah.
It's the asylum. It's the asylum called Planet Earth, Azroon. This is why I try. Like Susan Sontag said it best. She said, "Sanity is a cozy lie."
Yes,
and it's like everybody has a bit of insanity. How would we know we're sane if we didn't know a little bit of us is insane? The trick is not to let that get to a bigger percentage. So if you can keep your insanity to 5% or less, you're doing pretty good. But once you hit 10, 15, 20%, that ain't too good. Some of these guys are at like 60%. Street Maxer is 90%. He's been in a straitjacket twice, he said, in institution. Azroon is on to, he is, bro. This is why also I left when I saw people attacking, like they were more critical of what I was saying instead of being critical of Pigwood. I mean, with the pictures and stuff. And I was like, wait a second. That's when I told Scribe, I said, look, man, it's done with these guys. And that's when I started Wisdom Radio. And then I said, look, we'll do Wisdom Radio for a couple of months. And then, and he was doing pretty good. That's when he was like, he thought he couldn't do the show. He goes, no, I can't do it. I said, you're going to have to do a show. I said, because I'm going to be busy doing other stuff. And that's when he hosted a few Wisdoms radios and they went great. I think we still have them saved on private. I'm scared to make them on private because of YouTube,
Right. And I told him I'd support his channel, have him, Jake, and Lasagna on there and just go nuts. You know what I mean? Go nuts.
Yeah. He
support you,
Yeah, I think he got offended when I came on and I just tell him F you and stuff and the end of the stream. If he wants, he knows I'll apologize, whatever. He's always like a brother to me. I mean, I hope he's okay. Deep down, I hope he knows I care about him. And he's the closest guy, he's the closest thing I have to a brother.
Hmm.
And he just, I hope he's all right. I mean, Le Closet, I think that all happened because of him, but I think Jake and Scribe should have like kind of kept it, to be like, look, I'm not gonna do that. If you guys do it, fine.
Yeah,
I don't see myself doing that because with the rules are different too. Like now,
absolutely.
yeah,
You can't do what you used to do at all.
exactly. Just so it's like, I told him, I said, look, if it happens, and I appreciate Jake, man. Jake, I care for him too. I care for the closet. Hopefully the closet's all right. I mean, I don't I don't hate anybody. I could dislike, the way they act, but I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna waste it. Hating somebody hurts you just as,
Absolutely.
yeah, so
Absolutely.
yeah, I'm just like, yeah, I gotta, and that I gotta thank my mother for, because she was the one that would always, she would see the fire in me, and she would try to be like, you want not to hate anybody, because she knew my father, how he was. She knew how he would go off the handle. Like my uncle used to tell me, he goes, look, man, he goes, I've seen your father knock out policemen, and I'm like, holy smokes. He goes, yeah, man. He wasn't aggressive. He goes, they would mess with them. He goes, and he would, walk out, onto the pier. And, he was telling me one time they were in line for a movie and stuff. And he goes, yeah, he was a serious guy. And, but he wasn't a bad guy. So he kind of stood up, I guess, you push anybody to a limit and you're gonna retaliate. I'm not that guy. I'm not as tough as he was. No, I'm definitely not that tough. But yeah. But it's yeah, we're 4 hours in. I got to get ready to go to bed, man. Thank you, Azroon. Thank you, Mr. X. Thank you, brother Ali.
Absolutely. Great show.
Thank you for having me on your show, MD.
Yeah, you too. Thank you for being here. Everybody in the chat, thank you. Take care. And I'll try to stream tonight, man. Have a great night.
Have a great
Good night, MD. Good night, Mr. X.
Good night.